We are in the coastal city of Xiamen, known for its incredible beaches, fantastic history. It's a city that dates back to the 3rd century and fantastic infrastructure like this, the Xiamen Fenghuang Gymnasium, state-of-the-art, recently built, and the venue for the TotalEnergies BWF Sudirman Cup Finals 2025. This is the World Mixed Team Championships, and it brings all the very best men and women together in badminton to play for that trophy, named after the long-serving president of the Indonesian Badminton Association, Dick Sudirman, who came up with this fantastic idea back in 1989, the first edition. We are on the final day of the group stages. Tomorrow will be the quarterfinals, semis on Saturday, and it will culminate with the finals on Sunday. This is day is split to 2 sessions for the next 3 days. 16 teams divided into 4 groups of 4, with the top 2 going through to the quarterfinals. And in Group D, that has already been decided. Indonesia and Denmark played it out earlier today, with the Indonesians winning comfortably, as you'll see here, in Group D. And that means there is just this one match left to finish off this group. India taking on England. Team India have been at 16 editions of the 18. Their best performances, quarterfinals in 2011 and 2017. It's a rather unfamiliar look to it, apart from the likes of Pranoy and Lakshya Sen, PV Sindhu, of course, former world champ, Tanisha Krasto. Otherwise, it's a rather young and untested squad that they've got here. Good time to experiment, and that is what they've been doing. England also in a similar stage, in fact even younger and even more experimental, you could argue. Not a team that boasts too many stars at the moment, apart from Lane and Bendy, and so these names aren't the most familiar perhaps for those who watch the HSBC BWF World Tour. They have been to 16 editions as well. Their best performance was the semi-finals in 2007. They have never otherwise gotten out of the group stages.
What team? England! What team? England! Go England!
Well, both sides, of course, looking to not be the wooden spooners today. First time that they are meeting in the Sudirman Cup. Let's have a look at the order of play. Women's singles up first. Anupama Upadhyaya, who was the winner of the Polish Open and the Kazakh International 2024, up against Kirby Nunn. Really her first massive tournament since she's returned to the fold for a country. Enigmatic player. In men's singles, Satish Kumar Karunakaran, who won the Guwahati Masters last year, that's a Super 100. He will be playing Harry Huang, who was part of England's bronze winning team at the Mixed European Championships, Mixed Team European Championships. Women's doubles, Tanisha Krasto and Shruti Mishra will be up against Lizzie Tolman and Estelle van Leeuwen, who were runners-up at the Belgian International in 2023. In the men's doubles, Hariharan Amsa Karunan and Ruben Kumar Retina Sabapati, who won the Chhattisgarh International 2024, play Rory Easton and Alex Green, who were finalists at the Polish Open this year. And finally, in mixed doubles, the scratch pairing of Satish Kumar Karunakaran, who you saw earlier playing in the singles, and Tanisha Krasto, who will be playing in the women's doubles. They'll be playing Callum Hemming and Estelle van Leeuwen, who were the 2024 Dutch and Irish Open winners. So up first, women's singles, Anupama Upadhyaya of India versus England's Yulin Nunn, or better known as Kirby Nunn, better known as, particularly to the man next to me, multi-medalist himself. It's Bobby Griffin. Very good evening to you, Bobby.
Thank you, Shazad, and congratulations on those pronunciations, by the way. That was not easy. Yeah, this is going to be a really interesting battle today, with India taking on England. with the two lineups we're looking at.
Right.
I mean, first up in the women's singles, well, she's on screen right now, so I'll start with Kirby, Yulin Nan, who's known as Kirby Nan to most of us in England. She's back in the England setup, playing full-time at 27 years old. She was one of our most promising stars as a teenager. Made her debut in the Mixed Team Championships in 2016, 9 years ago. Has had a few reasons why she's not been involved much with the England setup, but she's national champion and also won the universities title in England twice in a row, which is really impressive. So great to see her back.
Your choice, red or black? Red for you? Red? This side? Receive? Okay.
Well, this is interesting because while Anupama Upadhyaya certainly outranks her opponent, we'll see that shortly, and I know you're going to explain that as well with the rankings, but she's a complete unknown quantity, Kirby Nan.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that makes this really interesting.
It does. I mean, Kirby hasn't played on this kind of stage ever before. Yeah. Yes, she's 27, but it's almost like looking at somebody with the experience of a teenager going out there today. That was shown in the match against Denmark. Lena Kjærsfeldt dominated that match, and it's fair to say it wasn't Kirby's best performance. We English supporters all know she's very capable of better things, but it was a little bit messy from Kirby.
Anupama Upadhyaya is 20 from Almora, 163 centimeters tall, not far away from her best ever ranking. She's won a number of titles, 5 of them on the international series level, Kazakhstan International Polish Open, as I mentioned earlier, last year. Up against Kirby Nan, we've mentioned her earlier as someone who, this is really effectively the biggest stage she's ever played on. At 27, she's come back into the fold, 164 centimeters tall from the south of England and Bristol. Her highest was 187. So now, talk to us now. 1,107 is a current ranking, but
yeah,
we don't need to look. We don't need to worry about that.
Let's ignore that. I mean, you look at the English rankings right now, and she's way down at like 100 or something. It's ridiculous. As I said, national champion a couple of years ago. On paper and in a lot of people's mind, she was a more promising player than the likes of those we've seen here representing England, and over the last couple of months in the European Championships. It's just she's never fulfilled that potential. She's been given the chance, she's taken it, she's committed now, she's full-time, but it's only been for a couple of months.
Right.
It's early days. I'm not expecting her to win today.
Ready to play?
But to get that experience here on the big stage might springboard Kirby into somebody we will recognise a little bit more, particularly in Europe over the next couple of years, and that's what I'm hoping for.
Jakob Sindberg is the Danish umpire. And the service judge is Su Xiaofeng of China.
Now, what I found particularly interesting for the Indian setup today is the choice of players, not just in this women's singles, but this is a particular one for me, but elsewhere as well in mixed and in men's singles. PV Sindhu's not been picked today. She's here this week. She's been playing. She's not been playing her best. We've all seen that this week. However, Malvika Bansod isn't here at the Sudirman Cup this year at all. I'm not sure if there's illness or injury or anything that's going on there. But Upadhyaya was chosen over Santosh Ramraj to come to this event.
Ladies and gentlemen,
who is
right,
similarly ranked, although Santosh Ramraj has actually played 4 less tournaments and was quarter-finalist at the German Open and the Thailand Masters earlier this year. Upadhyaya hasn't made it past the round of 16 since the Telangana IC last autumn. You know, that's not a particularly big tournament. So, interesting choice. And if Kirby settles and plays a little bit more solid and consistent, and we start to see some of her terrific racket skills as well, this might prove to be a more difficult test for the Indian team than they are expecting.
First match for Upadhyaya in this Sudirman Cup. As for Kirby Nan, we mentioned that she played against Lena Kjærsfeldt and lost 8-21, 13-21.
It's a shame. That's probably the best rally we've seen from Kirby all week. We didn't see a lot of that
we didn't.
against Kersfeld. I think she was intimidated and feeling that pressure of playing, well, one of the best European women's singles players we've seen in 10 years, and also recent European champion. It was a really big entry to the big stage for Kirby the other day.
It's been a great start though for Upadhyaya, who will want to grab this opportunity with both hands. As you say, there are high-ranked players not selected, and so you just want to make your case, don't you?
If there's an upset here, if Nan does sort of pull out some kind of terrific performance, which a lot of us know she is capable of, it's not expected. I mean, she is still playing against the sort of top 50 player in the world, which is going to be a massive test. But if Kirby gets England off to a good start here today, who knows what could happen? Most people that have been watching the Sudirman Cup are going to expect England to finish bottom of the group. Might even be a 5-0 victory for India, and I'm not saying that's not going to be the case, but each match there is a capability of something special happening. Even in the women's doubles against the great Tanisha Crasto, she's playing against Estelle Van Leeuwen today, which people aren't expecting. And Estelle, there she is on the screen now, Crasto. Estelle's probably England's best women's doubles player right now.
Yeah.
Callum and Estelle in the mixed doubles. Again, they're playing Crasto, but Crasto's not playing with the same partner who she played with earlier in the week.
Dhruv Kapila.
Yes, and Crasto's actually picked up 2 wins this week. One win against Denmark, which was with Mishra against Antonesson and Boy in the women's doubles.
It was one of the few bright moments in that match.
It was. And to beat Kushianto and Wijaya in the mixed doubles against the Indonesian team with Kapila, brilliant. Crasto's having a great week, but this lineup today for England might challenge them, because Hemming and Van Leeuwen
have shown some good things,
They are if they keep going, they could be a real threat for European badminton in the future.
Just want to say that so far Upadhyaya has been hitting the lines beautifully, but that's a lovely shot as well from Kirby Nan.
2-5.
Big weight on her shoulders. Estelle Van Leeuwen on the left there today, featuring in 2 matches. You can hear George Bevan, the English coach, in the background. I was speaking to him at breakfast this morning. It's acknowledged that this is a building tournament for England, a development tournament for a lot of young players. Average age of the team is about 22.
Yeah.
Kirby aside, but she's still an inexperienced player on this stage. It's a development tournament, but the English don't want to go out there and just look for experience and get rolled over. There's chances here in this match, or this tie rather, against Team India, who are without Ranki Reddy and Shetty, who are without their top women's doubles pair, Teresa Jolly
Pulela Gopichan.
and Pulela Gopichan, which opens up opportunities. It opens the door.
Look, it was a fantastic start from Anupama Upadhyaya, but since then, Kirby Nan, she's put on a 4-point run after a 5-point run from Upadhyaya. It's been nicely competitive.
There's been a couple of good reaction saves from both.
Well, they've both had 5-point runs here already. Kirby Nan wasn't phased when she was love 5 down.
She's got that tricky serve. She aced Lena Kersfeld with that the other day.
Service over.
Snaffled by Upadhyaya.
6-5.
Learning curve there for Kirby. That from so far beneath the net, beneath the tape. It's not one she wants to net back. Just get rid of that to the back line. Better choice this time.
Opportunity for both, I think. Absolutely no doubt about it.
7-5.
Former junior world #1. Anupama Upadhyaya. Still very new to the whole
that
setup.
is lovely. What a shot.
8-5.
Didn't have much choice as Kirby Nam was deceived by the serve. That backhand lacked the pace to cause any real threat, and a lovely hold from Upadhyaya.
She has played that very well. It's the second or third time already from Kirby Nan.
8.
You can see, I mean, you and I did the match against Denmark, England versus Denmark the other day. Again, we've seen
Little signs.
14 rallies so far, at least 10 of them, all 10 of them were probably better than any rally we saw from Kirby against Lena.
I would agree.
Maybe a little bit harsh, but she was just nervous.
But
big stage, first time out.
Correct.
Sudirman Cup. It's Lena Kersfeldt. There's so much going on to threaten her mind.
I remember. I mean, as it was progressing, I think we felt that she's really eased into it and sort of got more comfortable, less nervous about things. But obviously, the damage had been done early on. 21-8, 21-13. It ended.
Good rally from both.
Done long there for Kirby Nan. It's a 4-point lead. Upadhyaya approaching what she had at the start of this game. So at the interval then, it's a 5-point lead as she had right at the start of this game. Anupama Upadhyaya leading 11-6 in the first game against Kirby Nan of England.
Yeah, you must keep the speed now. All right, when you do face the net, just keep that racket up. I think sometimes she's just gone a bit flat. Yeah, but be fast. Really positive return of serves. Are you feeling good in that situation? Okay, exactly. Yeah, she did. She picked you once. Be ready again, but don't let that mean that you take the low serve down her again. Yeah. Just make sure you're fast to it. Exactly. Be ready for it. Okay. All right. Good. Good aggression. All right. You've done what you said you wanted.
20 seconds.
Well, we didn't see much from the Indian camp, but we certainly did from the English, and the body language already today from Kirby Nan is so much improved compared to the performance against Lena Kersfeldt of Denmark the other day. Fist bump at the end, I liked it. There was some good positive talk in there as well.
12-6.
Biggest lead that she's had now with Upadhyaya, 6 points. Remember, she battled back previously. She can do it again, Kirby Nan.
Oh, it's a great save.
Upadhyaya created waves last year when she beat world number 15 Bai Wenzhang at the China Masters, a Super 750. So we know she has the ability.
And that's what Kirby Nan needs. I'm not talking about winning against people like Bai Wenzhang. You know, that's a dream for players at this level. But to be anywhere near a Super 750 for Kirby Nan is mad. I mean, the fact that she's here at the Sudirman Cup is such a surprise to us. We just need to see her develop now over the next year or two, get on the World Tour, play a few Super 100s and 300s, and as well as the IC Series, which of course the English will still continue to go to. A lot of the team here this week are going straight to Denmark for that international tournament next week. I'm not sure if Kirby's one of them or not, but just needs to build that and start playing against some top players where there's this level of setup as well. You know, look at the arena.
Yeah, this is
Hawkeye on the court, you know, that kind of stuff. There's so much
Yeah, making challenges is already, you know.
Yeah, for players that aren't used to it, it's a completely alien environment.
Well, Upadhyayya's got to the second round of the India Open. That's a home tournament. That's a Super 750 this year. Swiss Open as well. 4 early exits at the Malaysia Open and German Open, as well as Indonesia Masters and the Asia Championships. So I guess to be expected at her age and ranking.
It's brilliant from Upadhyaya. Every little facet of the game is just that little bit better at the moment than Kirby Nam. She's moving really freely. Kirby's moving pretty well too, but not quite at the same pace as we need to see, and hopefully we will see in the next few months or years. A bit of consistency. It's that extra shot being played in the rallies that I think Kirby needs to understand, that she can just keep going. If she can do it physically, mentally she just needs to not take that risk when she's sort of off balance. Just clear it out and reset, go again.
Okay.
7 points. Now that lead is looking tough for Kirby Nunn.
Conditions out here seem pretty good today as well. Or at least these players have had a bit more experience on these courts over the course of the week, because I've seen very few at the back so far, 1 or 2. We've been watching singles over the last few days, and yesterday morning, for example, on the far side of the court, hitting towards us, there were so many errors being made.
It has appeared that this is the preferred end, this closer end. That's out. I just told you about what Upadhyaya has done this year. It's a fair bit. She's had a few early exits, but only 1 tournament outside of representing England at continental championships. It's the Portugal International Qualifiers. So that's the difference we're talking about, isn't it?
For Kirby.
Yeah.
Yeah, and whilst she was at those championships, she didn't play. Again, being on tour with a team, that's an experience in itself.
Correct.
Being away from home, being in a different continent this time, you know, it's all stuff that these players are going to have to get more and more used to if they're going to make it on the big stage, because that's where it's all being played. Great rally again from the Indian. It's a shame. These shots are the right shots. It's just the timing's not quite there.
She's already our highest. The most competitive she's been so far. Kirby Nunn. Skims the net there. Good rally.
Come on, Kirby, let's go. 12, 18.
Kirby has been taking a few too many risks and perhaps going for shots when she's not quite in balance, and should keep the rally going a little bit longer. If she can sort those 2 things out, game 2 ought to be fairly close. That's terrific from Upadhyaya.
19-12.
That's better from Kirby. This time she cleared straight instead of going for some kind of incredible winning shot.
It's out.
Cross clear, cross clear. 20, game point, 12.
I can hear the English coaches shouting cross clear instead of straight clear.
8 game points now for Upadhyaya.
Oh, it's
That's
out.
going to be out.
Okay.
Oh, fantastic start for the Indian shuttler. She's been brilliant from start to finish. It was a good little period in the first half before the interval for Kirby Nunn. Upadhyaya really surged forward after the interval. 21-12 in that opening game.
About it. Don't worry about it. Let's do the straight sticks one. Or the cross clear. Yeah? Okay, unless you really feel the cross attack is on, then take it and follow. Alright? Yeah, enjoying it? Okay, set yourself a real good target.
What were the positives for you then, for both players? Start with Upadhyaya here.
She was fairly relentless, really. I mean, I don't think you could expect much of a better performance from her. I don't think she'd expect better. I think she's where she needs to be. You can tell she's playing with all the experience that she has been able to develop, and yeah, it's fairly straightforward for her today. She's playing what she's been trained to do, and she's playing it well. I think she'll be pleased with that. Loads of positives for Kirby, especially compared to what we witnessed against Denmark. The body language, the mentality, everything's a lot stronger and safer. I just think she's made a few unforced errors. She's gone for shots when she could have kept the shuttle in and missed the court, and at this level you can't afford that. And I think she's perhaps gone for shots as well when they were the wrong choices. And it's very easy as a sort of amateur player to understand, who'll know what I'm talking about, when you're a bit off balance. You could work really hard and just bang it to the back and work hard to get back out of the corner and go again. Yeah. And instead you just try and take this shot on to perhaps win the rally from nowhere. It's almost a lazy choice, if you like, and I think Kirby's been guilty of that in the first end. Both of those things, however, will improve massively, almost on their own, just by turning up and working hard and training. Yeah, just training at home. Yeah. And she's only, like I said, she's only been at the national centre for a few months. If this was this time next year and she'd been there for 15 months, we'd see a lot less of those two problems.
Well, she still took 12 points off. She made some glorious shots. Lakshya Sen has not played a part on the court. We've seen him coaching a bit. He will not be playing in this Sudirman Cup.
Good lift. That's great from Kirby. Rob Golding down there as well on the left, with George Bevan on the right.
You can hear some of that.
Yeah, George, the singles coach for English players these days.
Service over. 4-2.
better.
Ooh.
It's in.
India challenges.
I wasn't sure, but therefore it looks quite clear from Budyaya's perspective she's going to challenge.
Yeah, it was a very quick challenge. The line judge was quick to call that it was in, but I've got a sneaking suspicion she might win this challenge. If this has caught anything on the outside of the line, Kirby will be thrilled, because the rally was great. It was a lot more controlled, relaxed, but with positivity. Even though Nan was under pressure, just neutralising the shuttle, cruising around the court, keeping it in safely.
That's not, yeah, still waiting. There was another challenge going on court 1. Just happened to be at the same time.
She's probably the only person in the whole arena who really knows the score. She's just waiting for confirmation.
There we go. About to come through. Amused by it all. Oh, it's very good. It's very clearly
Challenge
inside.
unsuccessful. 1 challenge remaining.
Now, you don't have an issue with those sort of challenges, right?
I was getting a little bit irate the other night, wasn't I?
A few things.
No, not at all. It was a fast-paced shot. It was a winner after a brilliant rally, and it was, you know, it caught a piece of the line. It could easily have, you know, sometimes, because it has to be the cork that hits the line. If any parts of the feathers hit the line, it doesn't count.
Correct.
So when those shots are coming across the line from left to right, for example, it can be a little bit deceiving, and so it's worth challenges. It's the big high lifts and clears on your opponent's side. Challenging those just seems a waste of time.
Well, as she did in the first game, Kirby Nan is drawn level after a decent start from Anupama Upadhyaya.
Bit slow, the drop shot. That was one of those sort of shots where, oh, good attack, where Kirby might have put herself in trouble, but Nan's getting better and better.
I think this is the first time she's taken the lead in this game, in this match, I should say. It's a nice little psychological barrier that she's broken through.
She has, hasn't she? And I think I was just thinking about that. I'm hoping when Kirby goes home, she'll watch these 2 matches back and look at how she started against Lena, particularly game 1, and look at the first 10 points so far in this game, and just see the contrast mentally. You can see it in her body language, you can see it in her face. She just looks like a natural, like she owns the place, like she's been here. That's what we need to see.
Now, how much of this is going to start grating on Anupama Upadhyaya? When does that happen? If you're looking at Nan's perspective, you want any pressure points on her now, don't you?
The biggest thing for me here, in terms of what Kirby can hope to do, is just keep this up. I talked the other night about being in the zone, where just everything seems to flow. Your shots are in, and your timing of the shot is good, your movement's good, not laboured. There's no kind of missteps. Everything's working.
Yeah.
For the last 5 minutes, it has been for Kirby. All she needs to do now is just somehow find a way to keep that going for another, you know, until we get into the middle part of the second half of this game. And then we'll see the Indians start to make a few mistakes. She'll start trying a bit harder and make a few more errors. She'll start making mistakes. She'll start taking more risks, and, you know, that might open the floodgates. Good attack. It may not. She might battle back here, you know, refuse to give in, stay on top of Kirby, and then actually it's just a dogfight. And there's no problem with that. We don't mind seeing 2 players at an equal level
going at it,
smashing it out. A little bit flat from Kirby.
6.
Upadhyaya come back nicely. On 3 in a row now. That's a great shot.
Let the shuttle drop a bit more than it should have done. Should have been there. Looking at a tiny bit earlier. This is Upadhyaya now standing her ground. Good pressure from Nam.
7, 8.
Just 1 point in it in the second game.
The variation. We haven't seen Kirby get up early and then use the punch clear very much at all until then. She's been using the smash and the slices, which has been great, but it just gives the Indian a little bit more to think about.
PV Sindhu there, not taking part today.
She'll be looking forward to getting home to the husband now, won't she? Recently married.
Just got married, yep. Got a nice little chat with her breakfast the other day.
Mm-hmm.
Now Upadhyaya is again just starting to pull away as she did in the last game around the interval.
Good from both players. That's something Kirby's now doing a lot better than she's done earlier in this match and certainly against Kersfeld. Just neutralising the rally. Pace of the shuttle from her opponent puts her under a bit of pressure and she just takes it early and puts it back into the middle. And say, go on then, what have you got next, you know, because I can take this pressure. I can take the punishment.
Just goes over and into the interval. Slightly better for Kirby Nam, but she still trails by 3 in this one and the first game, which Upadhyaya won 21-12.
It doesn't really matter what type of attack, just have a brave attack and follow early. Okay, and then when you're on the back line, that's when you can use your cross clear with aggression. Because there's a few that we cleared out because we cleared from the half court, yeah? Yeah, before the doubles line. So just a bit of awareness how good her length is. And then when it's short, go for it, yeah? How do you feel about when you're going returning serve? Some up here as well. You don't have to hit it hard, but sometimes you're just letting it come to us. We've got to keep the pressure on in that situation. Yeah? Perceptions are working. Yeah? And I think we're both saying it. She's actually really getting tired when you're putting in that work. Okay. You can see her starting to get tired, so keep that speed up. Yeah?
Bobby was really keenly listening into that.
Yeah, I'm half interested in personally in just what the coaches are saying to these sorts of players out here. Yeah, it's nice that the coaches have noticed a couple of technical aspects that Kirby could be doing better. She hit a couple of clears long, but it wasn't necessarily her being too aggressive. It was the length of her opponent's shot in the first instance was in court, it wasn't in the back line, so Kirby needs to be more aware of where she is, hitting that clear. And a couple of times now in intervals, George has said, look, you can put a bit more pressure on Upadhyaya's serve. You're letting it drop down here, whereas you could take it earlier. and be a bit more aggressive with the return of serve. That's
well done. What you're saying here, the points you just made, these are intricacies. Again, the more she's in these kind of situations, playing these kind of matches, she'll work these out very quickly. She should get these anyway, right?
To some extent. Certainly the length of the shots and the clears, yes, you'd hope that the players would work that out a little bit quicker.
Themselves, yeah.
The return of serve thing, though, I think you can get into a kind of rhythm when you're playing. And what you think you're doing, actually, you don't realise you could be doing it better, or perhaps you're doing it wrong. I think that went long, didn't it?
Yeah, it's unsighted, so they're gonna won't count as a challenge. No, I think that went long.
It looked long to me.
Yeah.
It's a shame, though. But yeah, I mean, that's what the coaches are for, those little technical aspects, particularly in doubles. I mean, I'm used to doubles, and so I can reference that a little bit better, but we saw, I think it was the Czechia match yesterday.
Against Canada, yeah.
Yes, Fabikova, I think it was her. I could be wrong. No, it was Maxinarova in the singles. She kept serving at a sort of dead pace. It was just going to land on the service line. And it was almost sort of floated into court. It gave her opponent, who was very skillful around the net, loads of time just to use double actions and be deceptive. And Maxinarova was on the back foot the entire time. And she wouldn't listen and wouldn't learn. That's what it seemed like. She's 18 and she's got a lot of other pressures going on in her head. That was clear. But when you're a bit older, a bit more experienced, all those other things become muscle memory and become instinct, so that you can actually take on those types of advices a bit quicker and react a bit quicker and actually choose to do something about it. And yeah, I mean, there's lots of different ways in which coaches work. When I first started watching Axelsen, after he was a junior and got on to the sort of top of the senior level, as he was climbing up there, I was fascinated by the coaching intervals with Axelsen, because they put it all on him. And I think it was his choice. He said, look, this is how I learn. I mean, he's a bright guy. He's learned Chinese, you know.
Tell me, right? Just tell me, let it all out and tell me.
Well, it was more like the coaches would say, right, they'd have an idea.
Oh, you tell us, right.
Yeah, the coach would have an idea as to where Axelsen's getting beat. But instead of saying, look, you're getting beat here, stop playing that shot, you can tell somebody that, but until they've sort of thought about it themselves and almost come up with the idea themselves, it's not, you don't believe in it as much as...
So he's got to see it himself.
So they said, okay, so they said, Axelsen, where are you getting beat? And he thought about it and he said, down to my right on that smash when I lift around his head or whatever. Okay, so what are we going to do different? He came up with a plan. And if the coach agreed with it, he'd be like, right, perfect, move on. But because it was Axelsen's thought process that got him to that, that's good. He did it instantly. And I learned from our co-commentator, Steen Later, that it was Axelsen instructing the coaches to tell him nothing, to ask him what the problem is.
This was as a junior?
No, he was probably early 20s at the time.
Okay.
But I thought, wow.
Yeah.
Because it's just a natural way. There's something about you learn better by teaching whatever it is to somebody else, because you've had to then go through the mental process of why it's the right thing. You're getting the player into that mindset, and I love that.
But could you argue he's also a generational talent, and not everyone can see those errors without having a third party come in and tell them, right?
Everyone should. That's
right.
I think that's the point.
Okay.
I think, you know, you're here to do a job. It's your job.
Right.
If you're not there learning, either in preparation for a match, watching videos, visualization, and learning whilst you're playing, you're wasting a massive opportunity. You're almost going to be 5, 10, 20% behind because you're not evolving in the match.
Right.
So I think it's not just a physical sport, it's a very mental sport. This is brilliant, by the way.
Yeah, this is very close now. That's the most points that she's garnered in a match here at the Sudirman Cup. Derby Nun. Gone past the 13 she got against Kersfeld. Just 2 points in this now.
16-14.
Down the head, went for that neutralising shot again, played it far too slow and paid the price.
17-14.
Good.
Pulling away again.
It's good from Kirby. This is a sign of experience.
Well, you were talking about this, yeah, last few times we saw England.
Sportsmanship in badminton is massive. Whilst we may not like it as commentators or spectators, she was 14 all, 3 very quick points. You need to break your opponent's rhythm. She may or may not have needed to towel down, but she found a way just to say, hey, I'm getting off court just for 10, 20 seconds.
It's enough. It can often be enough.
Yeah. Yes, it's in.
Held up.
Service over. 15-17.
As a neutral, which I'm trying to be here, I want to see a third game. I want to see them thrash it out at the end of the third game. Slowing things down again, Kirby Nan. There's probably nothing wrong with that shuttle.
Well, Upadhyaya didn't say much.
Too slow. Too floaty.
18-15.
Need to whip this right down the line, flat and hard, or clear it out and defend. But either way, you've then got to get out of that corner and work hard to get back into defence. And it's a very sort of cheating way to hit something else and expect your shot to be good enough.
Oh, again.
Service over.
Not letting up here.
16-18.
There's 2 points in this. Upadhyaya has a very decent record of going on to win matches after winning the first game, almost 70%. But she is getting tested here.
Service over. 19-16.
Better intensity. That's the shot I was talking about. That's the one she needs to get rid of at this level. Even if it goes over, she's in big trouble because it's she's on the back foot when she lands, she's falling backwards. And all it takes is a spin shot at the net from her opponent, and Kirby's really, really working hard. It's
4 match points here.
yeah.
All done for Anupama Upadhyaya, who came into this as the clear favourite, but Kirby Nan has certainly worked hard at this and definitely going on an upward trajectory, right, as this tournament has progressed.
Yeah, credit to Upadhyaya. Experienced performance, just solid all round today, really. Played her game, played it well, and it was enough.
Match won by India, 21-12, 21-16.
But it's definitely an upward trajectory for Kirby Nan after that very pressured start to the tournament against Lena Kersfeld. She's shown today some of the qualities that she has, and I think a full-time training and give her a year, put these two back together, and we might see a very even contest.
Yeah, we look forward to seeing a bit more of Kirby Nan on the circuit, and with more experience facing opponents like this, it can only bode well for her. But congratulations there to Anupama Upadhyaya, who comes through the first match pretty comfortably overall, 21-12, 216 against Mulin Nan or Kirby Nan. It's taken her 40 minutes to do it. Men's singles next. Satish Kumar Karunakaran of India will play Fenghuang of England. just saw the slogan here for the TotalEnergies BWF Sudirman Cup Finals 2025. Xiamen, where dreams take flight. Right now, India dreaming of a victory, a first ever win against England, their maiden meeting here in this competition. And now it is time for men's singles, after taking a lead in the women's singles. So it is Satish Kumar Karunakaran from India playing Fenghuang of England. Bobby Griffin here with me, and Bobby, similar sort of thing you are hoping to see in this match that we saw in the last one. Kirby put up a pretty credible performance in that match against Anupama Upadhyaya.
Yeah, she absolutely did, and a very similar sort of setup, because interesting picks from both nations. Just quickly, Fenghuang given the choice, or given the chance over Nadeem Dalvi, who's been doing good things as well. They're sort of similar players and similarly ranked in many ways. But interesting for India, with Lakshya Sen in the team and here all week, and probably going to be sat in the coach's chair today. Not being picked. HS Pranoy's been performing all week, and he's not playing this one, so they're giving a run out to Karunakaran. No Kieran George coming to the Sudirman Cup, or one of my favourite players on men's singles in the World Tour right now, Priyanshu Rajawat, isn't here either, nor is Ayush Shetty. All of them ranked higher than Karunakaran, so interesting.
These two have met last year at the Hilo Open. Karunakaran winning in straight games. That was Super 300 then, and it's Super 500 this year, isn't it?
Is it Hilo?
Hilo, yeah.
Yeah, it's a 500 this year in October, end of October. No, we're looking at Huang, but Karunakaran at 23, 24 years old, quarter-finalists at that Hilo, and semi-finalists at the Odisha Masters. Went on to win the Guwahati Masters before Christmas. I'm stealing your thunder, but the reason I mention it is because we're looking at, you know, 5th or 6th ranked Indian men's singles player, and like I said, I love Ayush Shetty and Priyanshu Rajawat. They are stars of the future. I've got every confidence. Kieran George, of course, as well. You've got Lakshya Sen and Pranoy, but this guy's playing, and you're thinking, oh, we've got a chance. You know, England have got a chance here. Then you look at the fact that he's won the Guwahati Masters and he's quarters and semis at 300 events. You think, India have got a lot of talent.
6 foot tall, 23-year-old from the south of India, Chennai. He's not playing far away from his highest ranking of 42, which was achieved at the end of last year. He's also won the Odisha Masters back in 2023. So that's 2 HSBC World Tour titles to his name. Fenghuang doesn't quite have the same sort of CV. He was part of England's European Mixed Team Championships squad that won a bronze in Baku, Azerbaijan. 23 years of age, 185 centimeters tall, slightly taller than his opponent, and he's playing at his highest ever ranking. How much exposure does this young man need to sort of get himself out there a little bit more? You think this is great, right? Playing much high-ranked players, this is what they need, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I thought you were going to ask how much exposure or how much experience does he have, and that's the argument, and I guess that's the big difference. If Fenghuang had been playing all of those types of tournaments at 1s, 3s and 500s, I'm sure he'd have a few results, even if he's losing first round or getting to the second round at times, but he'd be picking up the ranking points. He'd be higher than 95 in the world. Yeah. He hasn't been doing that. You know, he's been playing IS and IC levels. He's inside the 100 in the world now, which is great, but other than the European stuff lately, mixed team champs and European champs, he had a good result in Poland, Scottish Open, Irish Open. Did play high-low, but otherwise they're all ICs and ISs, and so he needs that, exactly what you were asking. This needs to be a springboard. This experience needs to springboard these players onto greater things, because there's tons of potential. Harry's another one of those players in England where at 13, 14, 15 years old, we were hoping in England to see the next Anders Antonsen, the next Victor Axelsen. You know, yes, you've got to set your sights high, right? But he potentially had that. I mean, European boys champion at one point, and he's a similar age to Antonsen, so that's
Ladies and
quite
gentlemen,
an impressive achievement
on my right,
when he was a teenager.
England, represented by Harry Wang. And on my left, India, represented by Satish Kumar Karunakaran. India to serve, Lavo, Lai.
Well, between them, they've only had one match
Service over.
here at the Sudirman Cup, and that is Harry Huang
Love.
losing to Magnus Johansson, 13 and 11. So a big moment for Karunakaran, who's
Love.
going to play, interestingly enough, with Tanisha Krasto, the last match of the day, the mixed doubles. That one was a bit of a head scratcher for us, but that's what's being decided.
You don't often see it anymore, singles players playing doubles as well, particularly mixed doubles. I mean, you do see it in nations that don't have many badminton players.
Not that they're short of players, these India.
Exactly.
Three.
There's so much
Love.
to choose from to play a top 50. Is he top 50, Karunakaran?
To be fair, he is a top 30 mixed doubles player as well. Plays with Adya Valia.
I'd be surprised if he, no disrespect to them, but I'd be surprised if he manages to be inside the top 50, sorry, top 30 in mixed doubles and singles at the same time.
Yeah.
He might make one or the other at times.
That'd be quite impressive, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I think it's, who was it? About 10 years ago when I started talking about badminton.
India challenges, rolled in.
I didn't think that was actually out.
I thought that looked long.
Yeah, Sydney Gallos, the umpire from New Zealand. I couldn't even tell if that was a, well, it's gone down as a challenge. I thought that might have been unsighted. Latif Jahari is a service judge from Indonesia, by the way. We'll see what happens here.
But I remember commentating on...
Wow.
Challenge
I
unsuccessful.
don't understand why he challenged that, but
One
yeah, sorry.
challenge remaining.
The Hong Kong
4.
female, Saying Sweat.
Love.
Yeah,
So she's been
Right.
you know, emphatic in mixed doubles over the last few years and won some pretty big stuff, including the Asian Championships recently, I think, with Tan Chun Man. When I first started, she was top 30 in the world in all 3 disciplines, not just 2.
5.
mixed, women's and
Love.
singles.
Yeah.
That is impressive.
Yeah. And that's the last time I can remember that. I mean, 10 years ago, 20 years ago, we saw it a bit more often.
Yeah.
Certainly in doubles, a lot of players, you go back to World Championships and Olympics and stuff in the last sort of 30, 40 years, and there's tons that have medalled in men's doubles and mixed, or mixed and women's doubles, but very rarely in singles and doubles.
Yeah. And
Service
on
over.
that note, I was talking about it yesterday.
1,
Sushing Jay,
5.
having become a double world champion, has opted to just focus on men's doubles. By the way, this is a great start for Harry Huang.
Brilliant. Got to finish that.
Oh. He's got a bit between his teeth, hasn't he, Harry Huang?
He's playing at a pace that we weren't looking at the opening stage
6.
against Denmark.
I remember you saying that as well.
Yeah, there wasn't enough intensity early on, and when he did have the chance to be a bit more intensive, he kind of passed it over until later in the game, and then he got better and better. But much like in the women's singles, he'd left it a bit late.
Too late, yeah.
So I'm glad now to see him sort of not labour back to a shot and hit a clear, you know, get there early and hit down and attack. I said the other day, I think in commentary, you don't win
Service over.
by defending.
2, 6.
Especially when you're a lower ranked player, right? You've got to take it to them.
Yeah, 100%.
If you play within yourself.
There are players that have played within themselves this week, of course, but it's usually when it's a mismatch of nations.
Correct.
3.
We watched the Canadians in the women's doubles play against Czechia yesterday, and the Canadian pair was so you could just see from the warm-up and in the first 5 rallies. I said to Xiamen, who's commentating with me, you know, whatever happens here, don't worry. Canada are going to walk through this by the end of it. Because they're natural doubles players, and one of the players was Choi, I think, so confident. She's walking around the court, but she had great shots. She knew where to be. It was easy. So you can play within yourself and still win.
Yeah.
But not when it's an even-ish
Correct.
battle.
Service over. 7.
Right now he's got a
3.
nice little lead here, 4 points.
Service over with 4-7. Thank you. Service over. 8-4.
But you were asking for that intensity, you were asking for being a bit quicker around the court. He's certainly showing that in abundance today, Harry Huang. Just to give you an example, again, difference.
Service over.
Curran playing the Swiss Open, is out in the qualifiers, and then the opening round of the All-England Masters. So he's not played a whole lot of badminton this year. And we contrast that.
I think
with Harry Huang.
yeah, 12 months worth of. Oh, Xiamen or not? No, I was happy that was in.
Looks
6, close to the line. I think I saw one the World Tour event, and most of it was ICs and ISs.
Yeah, second round of the Polish Open and the opening round of the Portugal International this year, that is. So he's not played an awful lot.
I think it was back in the last year, Hilo perhaps, or one of the maybe the Arctic. It's one of those two. I think it was Hilo, because at the time it was a 300. Good shot from Huang.
Yeah.
This
Service over.
this entire tie
9-6.
has the ability to have been 5-0 for either team, strangely enough. Whilst India, it might sound mad looking at it and looking at how England were destroyed by Denmark and Indonesia, in fairness, earlier in the week. But Huang's clearly showing he's capable in this match. They're evenly matched and Huang's playing brilliantly. So if they can sneak a result here, England's best chance then is probably the mixed doubles, where actually they probably feel most confident, even playing Crasto, because she's not playing with one of the other double players in the team. She's playing with this man, in fact, Karen. Good chance for Callum and Estelle. The men's doubles pair, they were good against the Danes, but they're playing former world number ones. You know, Rory Easton and Alex Green really took it to Kim Astrup and Rasmussen the other night. If they can play at that level again, they've got a good chance today, and that could be 3 wins for England.
I love how he's plotting this out already.
Yeah, of course. And who knows? You know, Estelle van Leeuwen, I said it earlier, I think is probably England's best women's doubles player.
Oh, no, I thought that would have been worth a shout, but he's not
Seven,
going for one of those that
10.
looked like it potentially was sliding out or in. Harry Huang has opted against it.
Yeah, so I think the most likely win for India, though, is still the women's doubles. Tanisha Crasto is, you know, she's top 10 in the, or has been top 10 in the, no, she hasn't. It's the women's doubles pair from India that aren't here, Gopichan and Jolly, that are top 10, but she's not far behind. She's
7 interval.
She's made the semi-final of the Thailand Open last year, for example, with Ponappa, who's not here. I think they were 13 at one point in the world rankings. That's a massive jump from where the English pair will be. So
11-7 here at the interval to Harry Huang in this opening game against Satish Karunakaran.
And moreover, this one, if you're going from here, it's turning from the forehand.
Board 2, 20 seconds. (11-7). Lie.
Listen, there's pressure here already building on Karunakaran. He's high ranked and he's beaten this opponent before, not too long ago. But he's being outplayed at the moment by Harry Huang.
12-7.
This is about as big a lead as I can recall England have had in any match so far here at this edition of the Sudirman Cup. I stand to be corrected, but I think so. 5 points.
Absolutely.
Clear of anyone.
We've not, I keep saying we. It's hard. I've worked for Badminton England when I'm not here, and
full disclosure.
Yes, I apologise to viewers. I'm trying to be neutral, but all of these guys are teammates of mine. And
this is invaluable insight that you're giving everyone. So this is good.
This is perhaps the best I've seen from Harry Huang. I mean, yes, he's played brilliantly, but not against players of this quality. We've seen him do brilliant things over the years in England and some of these IC tournaments, but to play against a sort of top 50 player, plays World Tour events, 300s, 500s, and to be in charge of this the way he is brilliant. This is a superb performance so far from Harry.
Go on, Harry, make Bobby's day. Oh, he's hit it inside the line. Listen, this is a player who's 40 odd in the world. He played Magnus Johannessen's 85th. Now, admittedly, Johannessen, that's slightly misleading given that he's been out injured for quite some time.
He's a top 50 player.
Yeah.
You know.
But not too far away from Karunakaran.
No, and Harry Huang took it to him too, didn't he?
But you felt he was in a bit of a shell. He didn't come out of it enough.
It wasn't until late on in the first game that we saw this kind of intensity from Harry Huang. It was very kind of almost patterned, like he was in a training rally, and the job was to keep the rally going. Well, that's not going to cut it against what is really a top 50 player in the world. You need to be a bit more aggressive in those half chances. But what I like so far today is that it's Harry Huang that's able to hit the floor. You haven't seen an awful lot of Karunakaran getting the shuttle on the deck past Harry Huang. He's defending brilliantly, as well as coming up with a few of these brilliant moments too. And the frustrating thing...
Oh, that's twice now. It's held up back.
Challenged it.
England challenges.
Challenging that. He had a good look at it. But that's 2 in a row. And after this, I want to ask Bobby about the conditions. If you've managed to glean anything so far in these singles match, which gives you a better indication normally than doubles. But we shall see this challenge. I thought that was in. Could well be wrong. It is very much in. Wow.
Challenge unsuccessful.
Unusual challenge from Huang, who was right by that when it landed.
Have you seen anything different, to indicate anything different from what we've seen on previous days about where the drift would be?
Not an awful lot. There's not much left and right drift, which is great for the players. And Harry's playing with the drift a little bit. He's on the faster end, so he's hitting that long. There you go, perfect timing.
And the other two held up, didn't they, from Karunakaran?
Exactly. So there's a
14.
There's an initial instinct when it leaves your opponent's racket, or even your own racket, as to where the shuttle's going to land. It looks amazing, but it's actually not. It's like he's just hit that, I know that's going out, or we're going to be well in. But then the drift kicks in, and that's what confuses you, because and one of the big problems actually
11,
that European badminton have is that
There's not so much drift.
there's not a great deal of drift. There's not a lot of heat differential. There's not a lot of big arenas to have to play in.
Exactly.
You go around Europe and you think of the big arenas. What have we got? All England. Obviously the French with the Olympics and the... But
thank you.
All England's probably the biggest. You come out here, we're in first time anything's ever been held in Xiamen.
Yeah, and look at this.
And you can't... The ceiling
It's
above us,
gargantuous, by the
you
way.
can't even see it's that far away.
We're on the 3rd floor where we are.
Yeah, and there's another couple above us.
Yeah. And by the way, sorry, just to quickly add, this is an outstanding venue.
Yes, incredible. Absolutely incredible. But there's loads of those kind of venues. And
Yeah.
not only that, you get the Korean Masters in Jeju, where I sat in the commentary booth,
Yeah.
and it was 4 degrees.
14.
Yeah.
And the sponsors downstairs felt, bless them, felt they could come up and give me a thermal jacket just to wear for the week, because I prepped for 3 weeks in Asia and looked at Macau and looked at wherever else I was going. And, you know, it's 32 in a few days' time. And so you've got to get used to playing from cold to hot, where there's wind, and then because it's hot outside, you need aircon. And then we said it at lunchtime today, how humid it felt compared to yesterday.
Much more humid.
So yesterday was quite dry and quite cool. Today it's a lot warmer, a lot more humid.
It's been very up and down.
So drift comes in day in,
Correct.
day out. A lot of the Asian players get used to that in training. A lot of the Europeans don't. And in fact, the training environments are so perfect in many places. If that's where you play day in, day out, you don't get used to the drift.
Right. By the way, he is staging
A comeback.
a comeback here, isn't he? Current current.
13.
This is becoming really intriguing. Just going back very quickly to the end, the conventional thinking would be that Harry Huang is on the less preferable end, and therefore if he can win this first game on the less... Oh, he's lost his footing
Big
there.
slip.
Can he recover? He's done well. That slip put pay to any efforts.
You can see the sweat on the floor, actually. I'm not sure if that's when he went down or because he went down.
It's tough from him from there.
Harry.
After all this hard work, you get the feeling that Harry needs this first game.
Yeah.
It'll be quite demoralising having the way he's been playing
Let's
to
just
not come through it.
remind you, it was 14-7 at one point.
He's right back in it,
So
point behind.
he has won 7 of the last 8 points, Curran. This has been a fantastic run. He was on a run of 5 points earlier.
Big smash.
That big smash, we haven't seen that in a little while from Harry Huang. The last one he did was wayward, very wayward.
Great quality. 14.
I think we all heard that.
George is loving it. Well, look where he is when he hits it. He's well inside the court. He's nowhere near the back line.
Actually,
and that's the quality of his net play that set that up.
I'm going to correct myself. Earlier I said that was one of the best leads we've had. There was one other big lead, of course, that England had, and that was in the mixed doubles.
Oh yeah.
On
We're not
on
talking
day
about
one.
it. What mixed doubles?
The first rule of the mixed doubles is to not talk.
England supporters have forgotten what you're on about. No, yes, Estelle and Callum were 18-14 up, I think, in the third. And actually had a chance
And
to
then
take the first.
19-15, and then couldn't finish it off.
17. 14.
But he's erased it from his memory. Fair enough. Look, he's still in a very decent position here, Harry Huang.
If we're right about the ends and about the length, it's actually easier for Karen to find the back line.
Yeah.
And there's been a couple of times in the last 2-3 rallies where it's been a bit short and Harry smashed through because he's in a... Oh, that's brilliant from Harry Huang.
Well placed.
He's been in good position and up the court, so it's easier to hit down. Opponent's got less time to react, all of those things. The smash has got a bit more speed. But he should be able to find the back line a bit easier, Karen. An England lead of 4 points, 18-14. Where have we seen that before?
Thought we'd forgotten about that.
Oh! Actually went a little bit over-aggressive, Harry Huang there.
15.
There's a difference
18.
between being up early and moving forwards into a smash, and then this smash where he's falling backwards, deep in the corner, and he went cross. It's a big risk. A bit of a gamble from Harry Huang, and that's not his style.
Current, does he sense this could be his moment now for another comeback? He brought it 13-14 earlier.
Good defense from the Indian.
Again, great shot! Oh! A chance there, the net. Current
19.
doesn't take the opportunity, and that's huge bonus for Harry Huang.
That's hard. And technically brilliant from Harry Huang to control that block with enough quality so he doesn't put it up on a plate for the Indian.
With the pressure's on. Harry Huang 2 points away from England's only their second game here.
Well, the other day in the mix, I said at this point that it's not over, and you just had a feeling. I've got a better feeling about this one, although he's just missed.
Jinx returned.
It'll be something quite remarkable against Harry Huang for Karan to overtake him and win 5 out of the next 6 points.
He is unleashing that smash with ferocity. We didn't see enough of that the other day.
No, he hits it hard as well.
Yeah, he does. That's 4 game points now for Harry Huang.
And again, that's the other thing about playing with the drift. If it's as strong as we think, it's quite slow out here generally, but you've got that extra bit of miles per hour with you, so your smash has got a bit more oomph. Oh, it's gone long.
Oh no, that's close. That is worth a shout. Right at the end.
I'm not sure if Karan left this. There's a little bit of deception on that racket from Harry Huang. And he'd beaten him all ends up. But I think it's long, sadly.
Still has a fair few game points. Yeah.
Challenge unsuccessful. No challenges
Still 3
remaining.
game points in hand for Harry Huang and England.
20. Play.
Going with the smash again.
This might be only the second game
It is.
England would have won all week.
Oh, that's brilliant! Fantastic by Harry Huang.
Keep going.
This is immense.
Should have won it though.
Well, that has been one of the best rallies just to watch as a spectacle.
Yeah, absolutely.
The reflexes from both men.
I think Harry Huang
superb.
thought he'd won it, and Karan, credit to him for getting that first one back. It surprised everybody, including Huang. But what a save that was.
What reactions.
The court was covered in sweat towards the end, and Harry Huang, you could see, he looked down at one point. I think it was right at the end here. Yeah, he just slipped there. Looked straight to the floor, thinking.
But you're right, he should have won that earlier.
He should have.
2 game points now.
Listen to the Indian coaches too, or coach.
It's pressure. What a game this first one's turning out to be.
20.
It's been entertaining today so far. The women's singles was good.
Reminder again, he was up by 7 earlier.
What have I just saw?
Oh.
First game,
Harry Huang has
won
taken
by
only England's
21-18.
second game at this Sudirman Cup finals. Oh, that has got to be so frustrating when it happens, especially at a moment like that. But delight here for Harry Huang, 21-18.
You've taken them on quite nicely. His pushes are sometimes a little bit short. You've got to choose the one to take on the spin. That's another way to get the short lift. Defense. We must protect our backhand defense. If we can whip him out the backhand here, turn him to the other side, or if you have a choice, put him down to his round the head from this in a cross-spear situation. Alright. Anything else? What are you thinking?
He's barely ever holding that.
Yeah.
So I think like he's got to. This game plan is just keep moving me forwards and backwards. So I think I need to like engage with the mid first.
Yeah.
So it's not just like I'm running forwards and back. Or,
Okay.
I need to be sure to like, lift over him just after a couple.
Yeah. And but he's being quite patient when it's behind his shoulder. But again, just like the first set, we need to be brave to step up and not just hold back now. Sometimes we step back and we shouldn't. We should be brave.
When we step up, does that necessarily mean we always look back? But when we're stepping up, it looks aggressive.
You are getting a chance on the forehand side, hit it with body or hit it. Because every time you hit and second serve is hitting hard. Drive or something. Just open up. Follow. Court 2. 20 seconds. Court 2. 20 seconds.
That was a really, really good first game. Plenty of credit to Karan for battling back from 7 points down. Harry Huang held his nerve. Sees it through. And with the second game, as I mentioned, that England have won here at the Sudirman Cup Finals 2025 after they did it in the mixed doubles match against Indonesia, but then, well, we won't talk about it.
I am a neutral. I don't know what you're talking about. There's an early lesson for Karan who realises he is on that faster end now.
But this was the point I was talking about earlier. Now he's on the preferred end.
Most singles players prefer to play into the drift. So where Karan was in the opener and where Harry is now.
That's what I mean. So Harry's got the bonus.
Well, yes, but it's now hard to argue because Harry Huang was relying on the smash quite a lot, which now will not be as effective.
Yeah.
It's a pretty big smash, to be fair, from Harry Huang. So,
well, he can go full flow in the smash.
Oh, that's a nice shot.
It is.
2, 1.
Say if you back your smash, that's a good end to be on, right?
Yes. England coaching staff were asking for a little bit more in defence from Harry Huang, particularly on his backhand side.
3, 1.
And also to be brave, you know, when he manages to get Karan taking shots high but sort of slightly behind him, don't be afraid to sort of step up a bit more up the court like that. Good lift.
Yeah, he had to take that late a little bit, look down at the line.
And he looked to his coach straight away as well, the Indian, to see, to sort of check, was that going in? Was that going to land inside the court? And it was. The early few points in the rallies are always quite a learning curve, even if you've been on court for, well, what are we looking at here, 27 minutes. The change of ends means that initial judgment of the flight of the shuttle off your opponent's racket is impossible to gauge until you've been on court for a few minutes.
It's like a brand new game, isn't it?
To check the drift. I know what you meant.
Yeah, thank you. There's that smash. There's it again.
Oh.
Good defending.
Harry didn't take enough of a chance to use any width in the first two smashes.
Straight at Karan.
The whole left side of the court was open for that second one.
3.
Clever shot. That's lovely.
5, 3.
It's a lesson for anybody, hobbyists or junior players. Look, he comes in with a high racket head. So Harry Huang has to wait, has to back off in case he gets the shot driven at him. And then deceptively just puts it in front of the net. Nice shot.
Well, that one's held up.
Challenge or not?
6.
No.
No.
3.
You don't blame Harry Huang for letting that go, given what's been happening on that far end. So that's frustrating for him.
It's about now you'd expect Huang in particular to have a really good judge of the length now, because that lift was so tight to the line, but landed in. He won't leave the next one.
Yeah.
Great net play from Karen Karen. He's started brightly here.
Yeah, he has.
Three.
Good second game for him. Harry Huang has played in a lot of tournaments last year, as you mentioned. It's the semi-finals of the Portugal and Turkey internationals.
7.
Quarterfinals of the Belgian International and the Polish Open. So yeah, the high-low was the one that stands out. That's where he lost to this man here, Karen Current.
It's a great rally. Oh, yes.
5.
Thought I heard a string there.
9.
Both players taking the shuttle as early as possible throughout the rally and just having to neutralise where they need to. That's the danger of smashing cross or hitting with pace cross court when you're not moving forwards. He was sort of jumping back to hit the smash. If he'd have played that smash straight, then the return can either come back to him or go cross from that left side, in which case you'd reach it. If you smash cross, all you've got to do is block it straight, and the court's wide open.
Oh, just plays that nonchalantly almost.
6.
This is a confident Harry Huang.
Yeah.
He's got a real good feel for the pace of the shots and the pace of his own shots. Just caressed that, didn't he, into the space. I'll tell you one thing though, no Indian player out here this week is going to want to lose to the English.
Yeah, that was just thinking when looking at the matchups today. Last time these two nations are meeting in the Sudirman Cup, and
Might have gone wide. Yes, sorry.
so this is fascinating to watch.
Let it drop a bit low,
Service over.
below his shoulder.
8. 6.
It's a good level they're playing at. Challenge again.
India challenges. Ball out.
Tell you what, it was pretty close this.
I thought it was out, but I thought it hit the Xiamen written on the.
No, I think
was that much closer than that for you?
I think so.
Okay.
And we know I've got a lot better eyes than you have.
That's actually true. Okay, neither one of us.
Challenge.
You were closer than
unsuccessful.
us.
Yeah.
One challenge
Nowhere near the
remaining.
Xiamen.
Service over.
1 point in it.
7.
Good work from
Eight.
Harry Huang.
Line.
Good. That's really nice. Just taken 20% off his physical input at the moment, Harry Huang. Last couple of rallies. It's hard to maintain that intensity.
I was just about to say, how difficult is it to keep that going?
Well, if you train at that intensity level and play the whole match like that, week in, week out, you know, it's not that difficult. Just conditioning and preparing for it. But
7.
we did see the other day a lot slower start from Huang against Magnussen.
Yeah.
But that's all right. I'd like to see Huang keep going at the same level, but perhaps also show us that experience. That's going wide, surely. Show us that experience where if he needs a bit of a breather, take it.
Take
you know,
it.
or you
I
look at
don't think he really did against Johansson, did he?
and you look at Antonsen and Narioka and players like that.
That's the other side of it.
Well, yeah, but
Yeah,
they're top 10 in the world.
correct.
But Narioka, for example, is quite a short guy, and he plays with such high intensity. You can't do that if you're picking the shuttle up and walking to serve straight away. You have to bend the rules slightly. Uh-oh. Oh, it's a good length from there. This is brilliant from Huang again.
Well, he has drawn level
9-all.
and has scored 6 of the last 8 points, Harry Huang. So he's in a good period here.
Dictate mid and forecourt. Sadish. You're in control, yeah?
So Sadish Karan was trying his own delay there and was told by the umpire, get back on court.
Yeah, the momentum is definitely with Huang again, even though it's 9-all. He's won something like
6 of the last 8 it was now.
right.
Service over. 10, 9. Service over. 10-all.
I expect this the next sort of 10 or so points to be a bit gritty. Moments of sort of igniting sort of enthusiasm, but also a little bit sort of gritty. It'll get close to the end of the game where we'll see a real dogfight, some massive intensity, just like we saw at the end of the first. Keeps going long. He's not learning quick enough, Karen.
10.
Harry Huang takes a slender lead into the interval of the second game, having won the first. This is finely balanced here.
We have to attack and play. First one I said from forehand hit cross you got a point. From there getting chance again just playing normal. But just open up, shout, open up, shout and play. Don't think much about the match. Think about the point to point. And whenever he's driving, don't push it back. He's hitting right. So keep it. And moreover play like box.
Court 2.
Cross,
20 seconds.
Getting chance one to hit full.
Court
full hit.
2.
Wait,
20 seconds. Eleven, 10. Like. Well, 10.
Well, the shot was there for the taking. He's made a few mistakes though, Karen in the second, and given that there's still only 2 points between them, I reckon if he can keep those mistakes down, he'll feel like he's well in this. Clear sign he's feeling the pressure, in my opinion.
Yeah, go with that too.
Brilliant.
Very nicely done. His coach is trying to get him
11, 12.
psyched up.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because they're both playing pretty well. The one who actually puts in all of that physicality to get the job done, to win the point, is so often getting that job done. But that's a big ask for these two.
Thank you.
Imagine what it would do for England to get a point on the board
11,
now. And at this stage of the
12.
tie is what, 1-all, not a 4-1, and a 1-all. Just lifts the whole team, doesn't it?
100%.
Huge.
Yeah, there's very little like a... wow. Went a bit too flat again, Huang, and
12,
proved costly. Yeah, there's nothing much like a insane balmy army from England. You don't see it much in badminton because we generally don't have the quality of the badminton players to back it up over the last few years, really. But
it's gone out. Is he? No. It's going to wipe down. That's not a bad idea. You said it was going to be bitty.
yeah, the odd brilliant point, a few mistakes, a couple of missed chances perhaps, and we'll be at 16 all soon. And then you know, you can you've got a feel for it. Neither one of them's running away with this, I can tell you that much.
He is on a bit of a roll at the moment, Karanakhan. 3 points in a row. Make that 4.
Superb.
All coming at a good time.
Wow.
It's the intensity I like.
When we initiate pace in the mid-court, we've got to expect the hard reply, okay? Get your racket up ready.
Well, pretty clear. You could hear that from Rob Golding, and he's absolutely right. And Harry's mid-court game is actually very good, and he slipped again there. Great recovery.
He's just come alive, hasn't he, Karanakhan?
Foul. Challenge.
India challenges.
I just feel like Karanakhan's got a little bounce on his step.
Yeah, he's gone into another gear physically.
Yeah.
The pace of his movement, I suppose,
That's out, doesn't it? Yeah.
has improved, and that means he's on the shuttle earlier in attack, which is why it looks like he's, you know, hitting down a lot more at Huang.
Challenge unsuccessful. No challenges remaining. Service over. 13-14. Line. All.
So we are all square here. Harry Huang stopping that run and then putting on a couple of his own. Going back and forth nicely.
Standards gone up too, the quality of these shots. Look at that. What a terrific net shot from Karanakhan.
15. 14.
He was below the tape and he wasn't very close to the net. You know, he was a foot or so away, so that sort of quality from there is really optimistic for him. Harry Huang's going to have to watch that now.
Thank you.
Bearing in mind the level at which he regularly plays at, you mentioned International Challenge, International Series. He does win 70% of his matches in just 2 games, straight games.
14.
Different level here. Harry Huang.
It's about time he won one of those mid-court battles. He'll be thrilled. He's put himself in that situation 4 or 5 times in this second game and been beaten on most. High lift. It's a good rally.
16. 15.
Huang just in front.
They're still talking about the mid-court exchanges down there, the England coaches. We've seen a few where they've got into that fierce drive, but the points Harry Huang was winning earlier was when he sort of just went, nope, I'll take the pace off, just caress it wide. lay it off, if you like. Good pick up. This is getting better and better, isn't it? The standard of this.
I was about to say, it's really good to watch.
Oh no!
Oh, it held up. Oh,
another challenge. We've seen loads.
England challenges gold.
To me, very clearly in, didn't it?
I think it's on the line, yeah. I think it caught.
I thought it was inside, but whatever it is, Fenghuang has gone for it.
I wouldn't be surprised, actually, if I can't remember exactly how many challenges Harry Huang's got left, but these have been some brutal rallies the last few.
Yeah.
Physically, it's taking its toll for both of them,
Oh,
actually.
you think it could be strategic there?
Challenge.
I was surprised that he went for
Yeah,
that.
I think he wanted a quick towel, a quick word with the coaches, a quick drink, and that's the best way to get it at times.
Low.
Service over. 16. Oh,
Still got one left.
line.
Good one to do then. Why not?
Still got, yes, yeah. And somebody predicted it was going to be 16-all.
Just give us a sec while Bobby pats himself from the back.
I'm looking forward to the end. Oh, that is brilliant from Harry Huang.
That for a hold.
Service over. 17. 16.
Just shaped him with the backhand, held it there, and then sent him the wrong way. Changed the angle. Brilliant.
Every point now so valuable. He's in front by just the one. Superb smash down the line from Current.
17.
That was explosive because the length of that lift wasn't too bad from Huang. Just a brilliant smash.
Thank you.
This is, you can't take your eyes off. You know, we've had a number of mismatches throughout the Sudirman. This has been one of the most absorbing contests we've had here on court 2 this week.
Makes it, especially for the neutrals and for us commentators, a lot more enjoyable. Oh dear.
18. 17.
Wonder what is racing through Harry Huang's mind at the moment.
Use your speed to dictate the midcourt.
Use your speed, I heard there.
Yeah, he was talking about the mid-court exchange to try to dictate rather than have to react. That is brilliant. What a smash again.
Very nice.
Huang needs to be careful lifting into that round the head corner of Karen. He's hit the perfect 2 smashes in 2 rallies. 1 straight, 1 cross.
Inside the top 50, Harry Huang has played 4 players in his career. Lost all of them, including Anders Antonsen, by the way. He was in the mixed team championships a couple of years ago. So somewhere in the recesses of his mind, he's thinking,
Oh no.
not a chance, but he's
19. 18.
Well, that's one mistake all in the last few rallies.
and these sort of in the business end of games, especially crucial ones. This is where you would think Satish Kumar, with his experience, pedigree, where he plays week in, week out, would use that to his advantage.
That's the one thing, though, I've always liked about Harry Huang. He's a very composed individual. He's got a good mindset for this type of situation. We contrast that to what I was saying about Kirby Nam, who's obviously flamboyant and creative, but that mindset needs a bit of work. Harry's Harry's a very cool character.
2 points away from what would be the biggest win of his career, Harry Huang. It's got to be nerve-wracking in there somewhere. And he's looking cool as ice at the moment. Can he see this through? Set up, game point, match point here. Yes, he can! Massive moment now. One match point, a solitary one.
This is a massive test for Karen Karen.
He must be very concerned, very...
Good net.
What's going to do next?
Too good.
Holds his nerve.
Went back at the net one too many times there, Huang. Well played. Karen Karen.
And it's now Karen Karen who has game point to level things.
Credit to the Indian. When it mattered, he held his nerve. Brilliant smash.
Taken the second game right to the body of Harry Huang. He was under intense pressure there. Satish Kumar Karunakaran. And he's come through it just about by the most slender of margins. When we are into a third game, what could have been for Harry Huang? He now has to draw a line under it.
Yeah,
not easy.
And you said it as well. You know, that extra level of experience and those matches he's played at a higher level proved to well, unless it was luck, of course, but he held his nerve, and that was the important thing. And yeah, really impressive comeback for the Indian.
Whenever you're in the backhand side out of position, don't play sharp from there. Just play neutral stroke. Just straight to the body and just start. Does he do anything with range from the body? No, right? Only if you come here, from the forehand side especially, if you play straight, then coming and playing some stroke. From there, just make it cross, or from there, make it body, and relax. From back, he doesn't have any effective stroke until unless you're playing half. Open up and play. Just open up and play. And moreover, his front side, just push it back. Whole court is empty over there. Just relax, man. You get it 100%. Just go for point to point. And whenever you are like, just shout, open up. One. Tell one.
Court 2, 20 seconds. Court 2, 20 seconds. Final game. Level, play. One love.
Well, there may have been a statement of intent, but Harry Huang was on the court much earlier than Karen. He probably thinks, let's just get on with this, let's move. I don't want to dwell.
Yeah, I don't think the game plan for Harry Huang is much need of changing.
Harry, stay.
It's just been a couple of shots like that where he's fed into what Karen is looking for.
Thank you.
In the second game, there were quite a few smashes whistling past Harry Huang's racket. But with that extra little bit of pace from the drift, we did say that's possibly likely to happen. Harry doesn't want to get beat on this side of the court. not with the smash. Managed to stave that off quite nicely in the first.
He's now the closest England have gotten to win a point here. He actually had a match point, which no one else has managed.
Service over. 3.
How easy is it? I mean, you've been there. How easy is it to, knowing you've come so close to an upset, a big upset, and have that snatched away, and then you just have to move on to the next game very quickly?
I really struggle with that, actually. I hate that. First of all,
4.
that feeling when you've got, what did he have, 1 or 2 match points? When you miss them, I mean, it's the hardest point to win. It's horrible getting over the line. Your whole thought process kind of goes out the window. These top professionals can train to be able to be good at that. I never was. you just kind of feel like, I've just got to not let them beat me, or you know, you're scared to lift, when actually he's been lifting and controlling the court all match. So why be scared to lift?
Right, because it's that point, isn't it?
Because it's that 1 point, you don't want to get beat. But yeah, your tactics change a little bit, and it's kind of like whatever it takes. Just and then secondly, the bit I hated was when you should have won the second after winning the first, and then you've got to
transition into a third.
Find a way. It's hard. Everything slumps. And your mind slumps, your focus slumps, and therefore physicality slumps, and you start moving so quick, and you go behind.
I would argue that's probably what's happening at the moment.
Yeah. Yeah, on this side of the court, I mean, contrast this to the very start of the match.
Yeah.
Harry was sort of quite in charge. He was 8-4 up, I think. Conditions are the same, so why is the scoreline different? And that's only with what's going on in your head.
A human element, as it were. He's pumped.
Nice shot. Good finish.
3.
I think Harry could actually take a few more risks with the smash. Not smash more often, I just mean where he's smashing. That,
too close to?
I knew it was going down that line before he hit it.
And I think telegraphing?
I think so, a little bit. And certainly Karen is getting loads back when Harry Huang's half court, and I think therefore perhaps there's a little bit of telegraphed technique going on. If he just changes the angle of the racket at the last minute, maybe just on one, and hits it cross. I'd like to see that from Huang, just so his opponent has to guess a little bit more. That's brilliant. He's hitting more winners
7
than he definitely was in the opening game.
He's a man who has a very good record. Despite losing the first game, goes on to win 70% of his matches. Current.
Nice to know how many
deciders.
How many deciding games each of them win.
66% for current.
That's quite high.
It is.
Oh, it's another brilliant rally. What a save. Instinctive from Karen. Everything's going his way right now.
Yeah, it is. Just about to say that.
8.
It's 55% for Harry Huang, deciders. Again, the level of where they are playing as well. You'd say right now, current. 5 points clear, and you just feel that confidence coursing through his veins at the moment.
Well, there's been at least 2 rallies where Harry Huang would have, or should, be be winning them with a final shot, and they keep coming back. That would make the score 6-5, of course, if those two had been winners for Huang. So he's doing everything right to get that opportunity.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's just a bit of luck, and that's a lovely touch from the Indian.
This is about the biggest leaders we've seen between these two in quite some time. It was very, very tight in that second game throughout. Harry Huang
9-3.
had a 7-point lead at one stage in the first game against Karan. It's now the Indian at the moment who's got a 7-point lead here, his biggest lead he's enjoyed in this match. And coming at a good time. Harry Huang here looking to close that deficit down before the interval. Doesn't want to give himself too much to do.
Yeah, 5 straight points as well, which is
Service over.
a tough place to be in.
4-10.
Oh,
2 in a row.
that kind of shot keeps coming back.
5-10.
Most times, he's in such a good position. Harry Huang would have finished it with the first one, but great defense. Oh, it's a brilliant shot.
Right in that corner.
Service over.
What a shot from
11-5
Karan.
interval.
And he has got a
Maintain.
6-point lead at the interval of the third game in a good position here against Harry Huang.
Yeah, this is what we wanted. You go out there, protect your back and defense, all right? You've got to put real height on it. He's not going to like it. It's a big investment if you put height on the back line. He's going to protect your side. You must protect your backhand side. Other than that, push game's working, mate. Just got to get the racket up. Because through the pushes, he's just trying to poke. If your racket's up, you can go over or move him sideways.
20 seconds.
Yeah, right? Let's be a warrior. This is our
4-2.
chance. All right, come on.
20 seconds. (11-5). Light.
He's back up to 7 again for Karan. It's approaching now or never time for Harry Huang. He wants to stay in this, turn it around somehow. Oh, everything.
Service over. 6.
He just needs that little bit of luck, doesn't he? Anything will do right now.
Those kind of moments can turn things all around as well. I mean, there were a couple of rallies in the opening half of this game which Harry Huang looked like he'd won.
Yeah.
It didn't go his way, and
13.
that really dents your pride, especially after coming so close to winning the entire match at the end of the second. You lose a bit of confidence, everything changes. What we need, or what Harry Huang needs, is that confidence just to pull out another one of those little trick shots, send him the wrong way, you know, that really does build your confidence. Just the ability to take it on, and when it comes off, it doesn't have to be a trick shot, just something of high quality. That was high risk. That was wide, wasn't it, surely?
Wow, that seemed very conclusively wide. There's been a couple of head scratchers in this match on challenges. Yeah,
unsuccessful.
Bewildered. Can't even be. You wouldn't even say it's a strategic one, given the situation he's in right now.
13.
Odd one.
Light.
So we've got a challenge remaining, current and current.
That's lovely.
Service over. 14.
Harry Huang was
7.
asked, and it's been repeatedly, protect that backhand side. And that's twice in a few minutes. He's been beaten with a cross slice instead, and I think he's just banking now a bit too much down to his left in defense.
14. 7.
That shot.
Service over.
Needs to put on a run here.
14. Thank you.
He was the last time he lost to a player. Right around where Fenghuang was about a year and a half ago. Mind you, he was a lot lower in the rankings himself. That's a fantastic smash.
Lift was too short.
15. 8. Tradition.
Have to find that back line. How many smashes has he played
16,
in this third game? I think he beat Harry Huang with a smash maybe once or twice in the opening game.
Yeah.
Second was different, but the third, it's probably 9 or 10 of these points.
Service over. 9. 16.
Needs a string of points right now. Harry Huang.
It's got to be now. Oof.
Good shot.
Oh, it's a great shot.
Did well to get out of trouble there.
Reactions as well.
Oh, it's too good.
Really turned it on, isn't he?
17. 9.
Calmest man in the room, actually sent. Every faith in Kara, I reckon.
Hugely here, 8 points now. Honestly, where has this been earlier?
18. 9.
Wow, this is vast improvement for Karen Akaran.
Thank you.
That's Abigail Harris down there leading the chance for Harry Huang. Just be a little too late.
Oi.
Played that very late.
Service over. 10, 18.
Lovely.
11, 18.
Really nice variation. He's so far behind, he's now playing with a bit of freedom again.
Yeah. Still 7 points behind. That's the first time in this game that he's taken 3 in a row.
18.
Still needs a lot more than that.
Wide,
Oh.
I think.
Line judge.
Unsighted. Took a long time to look at that.
Unsighted.
He seemed pretty confident that current. I wasn't so sure. What do you think?
I think it's wide.
Yeah,
I think Harry Huang's got the point.
that's what I thought, but he was pumping his fist.
Out.
4 in a row now
18.
for Harry Huang. Can he keep this going?
Well,
It's not
Service
going to
over.
cut the mustard from Harry Huang.
19, 13.
And that sets up 7 match points
20.
for Satish Kumar
Match point.
Karunakarn.
13.
Big smash and a really quick follow-up. We didn't see much of that in the opening game for some reason. It led us all to believe that they were evenly matched here. I think that's on the line.
Okay.
That is a superb way of ending this, and make no mistake, he was pushed all the way to world number 48 by the world number 95.
won by
He had a match
India.
point,
18,
Harry Huang. He may look
21,
back on that, would have been the biggest win of his
20,
career.
21,
Unfortunately, he
13.
couldn't see it over the line. But Satish Kumar Karunakarn eventually gets there against an opponent he beat comfortably the last time they met towards the end of 2024.
Brilliant first 2 games from Harry Huang. He's got a lot to be proud of there, but somewhere Karunakarn had another gear to go into in the third and just powered through.
By far the most comfortable game of the 3.
Yeah.
Satish Kumar Karunakarn of India beat England's Harry Huang 18-21, 22-20, 21-13, and he has done it in 73 minutes. So up next we have got women's doubles, Crasto and Mishra versus Tolman and Van Leeuwen. nighttime in Xiamen. It's quite a sight to behold, particularly when you're outside the Fenghuang Gymnasium, which is often used as a big projector. Right now we are watching the TotalEnergies BWF Sudirman Cup Finals 2025. A mammoth match there in the men's singles. And we are heading into the women's doubles. England need to win it to stay in this tie. Could be another fascinating encounter here. There are players just waiting to make their way out. Been a long way out. Singles ebbs and flows. But here we are, Tanisha Castro and Shruti Mishra against Lizzie Tolman and Estelle Van Leeuwen. Well, you've been talking about this all week, that you wanted to see Estelle Van Leeuwen play in the women's doubles, Bobby.
Yeah, my feeling is she's a strong women's doubles player and deserves to be in the women's doubles for an event like this. The difficulty is England are here for a development tournament, and you know, you use that to gain experience and you want lots of players to play matches. So clearly Estelle's going to play in the mixed doubles with Callum Hemming. And Lizzie Tolman, of course, she's been nursing a little foot injury this week, but it seems like she's okay, and this is probably our strongest lineup. Big low five from Abigail Harris, who might have been playing today as they walk past. But it's interesting too for the Indians. Tanisha Crasto has been playing with Ponapa for so long, got up to 13 in the world. Made the semi-final of the Thailand Open last year. That's the level they play at, and of course no Jolly and Pulela here this week as well. Currently top 10 in the world. So there's a chance here, but Crasto's been on incredible form this week.
First meeting between these pairs, and it's not quite a scratch pair. Crasto and Mishra have played a little bit before. Tell you about that in just a while.
English pair want to start the match on the near side.
So find out a bit more about these players, starting with Tanisha Crasto, who was born in Dubai and has represented UAE, Bahrain, and then India. She's 21 now. Don't worry too much about that ranking. It's where the other one that catches the eye, 13th in the world with Ashwini Ponapa, a regular partner who's not here. They have actually won the Guwahati Masters last year. With her is Shruti Mishra, who is 22, excuse me, from Lucknow, where you'll have the Syed Modi International. Her highest ranking is 39. With another partner, the Kunjungbam. They've been runner-up at the Odisha Open in 2022. Next up we have Lizzie Tolman, who's 25, from Liverpool. Her highest ranking is 68th, with her current partner here today, Estelle Van Leeuwen. The Hungarian International Championships 2024. Estelle Van Leeuwen is younger, at just 20, from Milton Keynes. Her highest ranking is 35, with Chloe Coney before. These two last got to a final together, the runners-up at the Belgian International 2023. Just to give you a bit more background here, the Van Leeuwen and Tolman first played together in May of 2023, and the last time they played together was at the Team Championships in Europe. 2023 as well. And Krasto and Mishra played in 2022 together for a little while. Got to 3 quarterfinals before they broke up. Xu Xiaofeng is the Chinese umpire. Jakob Sindberg is the Danish service judge. So 2 pairs that haven't really played together all that much, but have had some familiarity with each other.
Yeah, that's right, and it's a tricky one to call. We're going to need to wait for a good few points before we can really get a grip on what's happening out here, where the strength and weakness areas are.
And Ruti Mishra. And on my left, England, represented by Estelle Van Leeuwen and Lizzie Tolman. India to serve, Anissa Castro to Lizzie Tolman.
I mean, there's no doubt Tanisha Krasto is a great player. She's by miles ahead in terms of the rankings of the 4 players on court. But Estelle's been focusing on the mixed. And if we can get Estelle Van Leeuwen in and around the service line, she can be a real threat.
Right.
And hopefully she'll have a big part to play in this match for the English efforts. I'm quite interested to see how Krasto and Mishra gel together, actually. But
service over.
Yeah, as I mentioned, 3 quarterfinals. One of them was the Taipei Open in 2022. That's a pretty big one.
yeah, and they took the result against Denmark, of course, against Antonis and Boya, who destroyed the English.
Yeah.
But it wasn't the same pair, the English. So that's what makes this one a little bit tricky to work out.
Service
As you said, yeah.
2-1.
Krasto's had a very good tournament, hasn't she, so far?
Yeah, both of the Indian match wins until they've met England have been by Tanisha Krasto. One in women's doubles with Mishra, and the other with Kapila in the mixed against Indonesia, which was quite impressive too, wasn't it?
She did lose with Ruth Kapila against Jesper Toft and Amelia Mayland. That's no shame in that, of course. They're one of the top mixed doubles pairings around. But yeah, she's had a very good tournament overall. Oh, Mishra's done really well there.
Service over.
So, for the record, you feel that Van Leeuwen is probably the best women's doubles player England have, but is obviously now she's in the top 30 in the world in mixed doubles. So it's an interesting balancing act she's got to do, right?
Yeah, I mean, if she had a steady, reliable, consistent partner that, you know, they were competitive with to get into the top 30 in the world, there might be a focus on both. You know, we see that quite a lot in doubles. But and she's still young, you know, she's only 20, 21, 20 I think.
20, yeah.
So England would give her that opportunity, but
Service over.
I don't feel that
4-3.
Abigail Harris, Lizzie Tolman are quite at the level that they'd need to be to make that happen. Sian Kelly's high in the English rankings as well.
Yeah.
And of course Chloe Coney, or formerly Chloe Birch, would be too.
5-3.
There's been a few political things going on at home that might prevent that from happening. It's a nice block.
Service over. 4-5.
Great pressure.
5-0.
Fierce from Mishra.
Tolman's been partnered with Abigail Harris, lost to Kusuma Pratiwi 8-13. That was...
Yeah, we watched that one, didn't we?
Yeah, that was big. And then had a break against Denmark.
6-5.
Momentum is a big thing here, and the Indians are powering through the English defence at the moment.
Mishra and Kunjungbam were hammered by Maesari Ramadanti the other day, 10-9.
7-5.
Krasta's played a lot of badminton, and she's still got another match to go after this.
Yeah, as has Van Leeuwen.
Yeah. Oh, that was emphatically done by Krasta.
8-5.
England desperately need this one. I mean, they've got a really great chance in the men's doubles, and certainly in the mixed doubles.
Easy.
Although playing Krasto again, Hemming and Van Leeuwen are pretty organised and quite special, in fact.
Don't forget...
if England had snuck one of these first few matches in the tie...
Yeah, like Harry Huang.
Yeah.
Don't forget Karan Karan will be partnering.
Well, he'll be confident, you know, he's just come off that big result.
But that was a long match as well, wasn't it?
Long match, that's true, he'll be tired.
Yeah.
But of course, Estelle and Krasto playing in match 3, are back on court in match 5. It's not a lot of break. Body language suggests the Indians are flying here. They're bouncing around, full of confidence. But I think for the team as well, if it had been a bit more level in the score, and that's not to say it might not be, England might come back here, there'd be a slightly different emphasis, I think, on actually winning the tie.
Right.
And doing it for your country.
Yeah.
I think if the Indians win this, it's 3-0, it's done. There's that little bit less will to win. You can't help it. It's a psychological thing.
You say foot off the pedal type of thing.
Yeah, you know, they could win and still lose 3-2. It's not the same as actually beating Team India and finishing third in the group. You still lost to the Indians, and you still nobody will remember.
The 2, right? Yeah. Yeah.
It just would have been nice to be poised at 2-all. Or it might still be nice.
That's nicely done by Tolman.
Oh. 7-10.
Oh, did
Mishra just
pull up there?
Pulled up a little bit there.
Just trying to walk it off.
Get ready.
Keep an eye out for that one. England will have seen that as well.
Not the best serve from Lizzie Tolman. Under severe pressure straight away.
11-7.
So Krasto and Mishra with a good start here to the match against Tolman and Van Leeuwen. They're leading 11-7 in the opening game.
Got 20 seconds. Got 20 seconds. Eleven, 7. Play.
Tolman there.
Service over. 8.
Team England
11.
love to get at least a point if they can. This has been good from England since the interval.
Return of serve has been really important so far in this match, and so far the Indian pair have been brilliant.
Well, after a bit of a slow start since the interval, India now up by 4 again.
First 3 shots. I'd like to hear the coaches from the England team later, see what they say to these two about the first 3 shots, because they're getting beat even with the serve. Same again. By its very definition, the serve is below the net, so it's a defensive shot. It's got to go up. Yes, it comes back down straight away if it's a good serve, fair enough, but it's a defensive shot. You shouldn't be under pressure when your opponent's serving. Both the Indians rushing the net. England still can't finish. There's real confidence about this.
Wow. Well played there, Tanisha Krasto. They go on to finish this.
They just look so confident, the Indians. I know they're under a lot of pressure there, but if that was the other way around, you just get a feeling the English would have capitulated early on. Still couldn't find a way through for so long. Longest rally I think we've seen today as well.
10-14.
Well, they're keeping themselves on the hunt here, the English.
14.
How much it means to them, a mistake by Van Leeuwen.
11.
And the Indians are bouncing around like it's 19 all in the third. See a bit more fire from Tolman and Van Leeuwen. Good luck. Good rally. Solid effort from the English just to stay in that for as long as they did.
11.
Oh, did that bounce over? Thought Team England won that point.
Yeah, good.
That's brutal. I'll find that tough to deal with.
Sixteen, 11.
Yeah, it's a.
17.
I thought that was an interesting point you made about the body language, the energy levels at the moment. There's a fair disparity here. Do you think that's also the state of the tie or not?
I think so. I think I've sort of just realised that perhaps the English had belief in either Kirby Nan or
11.
Harry Huang that they'd get a result, and therefore they might be going into this with a chance at actually winning the tie at the end of it. I think having both singles
12,
defeats for England
18.
perhaps puts a lot more pressure on Tolman and Van Leeuwen. Maybe that's what we're seeing. All
yeah.
The thing is, they've got to play with a bit more freedom and definitely a little bit more fire in the belly. Look at the Indians. Every point,
yeah.
Service over.
Fist bumps, high fives, big smiles,
19,
bouncing around.
12.
The English are sort of flat-footed, and there's no sort of positivity here right now.
Oh, well done.
Wow.
How are they getting some of these shots?
Brilliant defence. I thought Van Leeuwen was a little bit passive with that slow drop and clear to start with. Tolman getting beaten by the drop shot once again. It's a few too many times for me.
It's been a number of these points where it didn't look like they would get to it, to the shuttle.
Yeah. There was one shot, I think it was the third or fourth attack from England. It came off the frame of Mishra, I think it was. It should have been put away. Great defence from the Indian pair.
8 game points.
That's more like it.
8-7 now.
Service over. 13-20.
Taking chances in rotation, taking sort of calculated risks, but it's not been spotted by Tolman or Van Leeuwen. That's a good shot. There it is.
Better from Van Leeuwen and England.
14-20.
Those mixed doubles instincts come in to the fore.
Return shuttle. Return shuttle. Change. Rotate receive.
Nice touch. Wow.
Well done there. Oof, he really went for that one, Crasto.
15-20.
I was talking about it earlier in the week, the danger of going cross heavy. And that's what happens when you do. You leave a big space down the straight.
Thank you.
Where was Mishra? Crasto saying, come on, partner. You're supposed to be running out for that.
She's okay. 5 game points now.
Oh, lovely.
Great shot there.
Not that time, though.
Snaffled by Tolman.
Yep.
Best run for them in a while. 3 points in a row.
stay, receive. Get ready.
Bit lucky there, still.
17, 20.
The lift didn't have a lot of quality on it.
Wow, now it's just starting to get a little bit more of a pressure cooker situation. 3 points in it now, 4 in a row for England. Now, Krasta, remember, had that dive earlier.
What's happening here?
Remember, her opponents have just got 4 points in a row. I know
17, 20.
That's clever. I mean, as a sports try hard, I do anything I can in my power to. Oh, terrible serve. Tolman's got to serve better today.
You've said that a few times, haven't you? But
it's just going up. It's going up and up and up. It's trying to climb upstairs or something. Look, all this pressure.
Yeah.
Just from that bad serve. Now we're back in it.
Tolman did well there.
That's a good shot.
Oh, very good. Oh, they eventually get there. Krasta and Mishra.
First game won by India.
Good little fight back from Tolman
21,
and Van Leeuwen, but they all
17.
came a little late in the piece. And the first game eventually goes to the Indians, 21-17.
Credit to the Indians. They were sort of fought back at the end, but for the most part, for 75%, they were just better in so many areas. Fierce on the ball, excited, positive, really focused on serve and return, and a bit of room for improvement for these two.
They're wasting a lot of energy on attack. If our defense is solid, the way that you make them move, they're going to drain, they're going to get really tired. Then you can get to the net early like you've been doing. Yeah? Stubbornness, girls. You've shown it before. And like you said in the rally there, keep going.
और ये पीछे है, एक दो के बाद रोटेट रोटेट रोटेट, डोंट स्टे फ्रंट बैक।
हाँ, साइड टू साइड ही लेंगे और मारने में कोई जल्दी नहीं, आराम से ड्रॉप खेलो।
हाँ, खेल लो
बढ़िया। हमसे ज़्यादा पेशेंस हो, समझी? या।
Count to 20 seconds. Count to 20 seconds. Second game, level, play.
Yeah, I mean, certainly if you're using metrics like noise levels, India certainly not afraid to make their presence felt. Just a lot more vocal.
Service over. 1-0.
I want to see a bit more positivity from the English camp. There were sort of words being used And it might be, and I'll pay for this later, I'm sure, but for the first time, I'm sort of disagreeing with oh, wow. That is loud.
That's the other end of it.
Sort of disagreeing with what the England coaches were telling them to focus on. Not the technical stuff, that's all fine, but in terms of the emotional or mental side of the game, there's a big word in there from George Bevan, stubbornness. Asking for the English to be stubborn. That suggests to me that they're under more pressure than they are putting on their opponents. As in, it's a sort of defensive mindset.
Right.
Look, stand up to it, girls. You know, you're going to have to be a brick wall here. You're going to have to be...
So you're saying...
And perhaps he doesn't mean that, and if he doesn't, then fair enough.
You're saying, coming from a positive point of view.
Take it to them. Like, enjoy it. Smile a bit. Have a go. Like, there's so many times when the Indians have sort of gone deep into the corners and one of them has run to the middle of the net, expecting the sort of lay off the drop shot.
Yeah.
And then quick rally finish, you know, pounce on it. Spot that. You know, hit a crazy, slow or wild cross slice. Hit a punch clear now and again. Mix it up. You know, try something. Be a bit creative. There's not enough positivity, and you can see it on the faces of the English pair. You compare that to what we're looking at with the Indians. Loads of smiles, bouncing around, shouting and screaming, and look.
Yeah, but every point,
they
by
didn't
the
win
way.
that point.
No.
The opponents just hit it out, and she's still like fired up and high fives and fist bumps.
For you, how important is that, like, exuding at least the confidence at your opponent rather than just being quiet?
We used to see that week in, week out from Estelle Van Leeuwen when she was a junior.
You mentioned this, yeah. Quite an aggressive player, you said, right?
Yeah, where's that gone? That's my point. Little quick chat, nothing much.
Yeah.
No smile, little high five, same again. But you know, look at these two. Look at them, just.
Yeah.
That's a big problem for me.
I think you made the point. I think the last time we watched England was against Denmark a couple of days ago, and the point you made, Bobby, was
better. Good smash from Lizzie Tolman. Good angle.
And England just won the point, but it's, you know, as you pointed out, very different in the reaction. You made the point, and maybe it's because it was the likes of Denmark and before that Indonesia. They have absolutely nothing to lose, and therefore there's a certain freedom that you can have when you're playing those sides.
And we're not seeing it.
But here you're not. Now, is that because they're a bit more closely matched, or not? Again, India are the favourites going into this, so you still have nothing to lose, right?
They're probably the favourites. They've had a good performance earlier in the week, beating Antonison and Boyer. So England should again be underdogs, which you'd sort of expect. That should provide some freedom. And there seems to be an expectation that we're going to win this, and so we're losing, and therefore the mindset's capitulation. It's more like pressure on the shoulders. All the freedom and enjoyment looks to be from the Indians, and that's my problem. Is
service over.
I don't know, it's like they're carrying the weight of the world on their shoulders, and it's a development week.
So remember the context, is what you're saying.
Yeah, enjoy it. You're at the Sudirman Cup, you're in China, you know, average team age of 22. The job isn't to win the cup, and then when you get beat by Indonesia, you know, hearts will break. Look, you're not meant to win a game, let alone a match, and you're never going to win the tie. So just do something, you know, use the opportunity to
express yourself metaphorically and literally.
Yeah, physically on the court, try some things. I can't see the game plan here. That's I guess my point.
India, they know they're the favourites. These two, Krasta and Mishra, even though they don't play together often, they're coming to this saying, no, they should be winning this in theory. They're taking this, every point is meaning something for them. They're up by 3 here, they're up by a game.
8-4.
Perfect example.
Just an intensity about the way they're walking around. They look up for it. Oh dear, I think she's okay. I guess it sounds hypercritical and kind of negative towards the English pair, but the reason I'm saying it is because I believe they should be challenging this pair.
Right.
I believe they are as good if they're on their game and if they're, you know, playing in a positive manner. And so it's
Service over.
if we were watching the Czech Republic doubles pair playing against Indians right now, I wouldn't be as critical, I suppose, because my expectations would be a lot lower. My expectations here are that I've got a belief that England can win this.
Service over.
And it's not necessarily right now about the badminton. There seems to be a mindset, a psychological block.
So they go into the interval here of this second game. Crasto and Mishra comfortable, 6 points clear, 11-5 in the second game, having won the first, 21-17.
I wonder whether Lizzie Tolman is still struggling physically. There's been a few times where she's been a bit laboured in the movement and then made an error or been beaten by a drop shot.
Crasto's serving is either we go over the top, and if we go high, it's split, because that girl's just getting hard all the time. So we can just hit with pace, split, watch the sides. Okay? Don't let Crasto stop dominating this game.
Go to 20 seconds. Go to 20 seconds.
It's the same message again in a way. When the Indians are on top of you, you've got to do this in defence. Don't let Crasto dictate and dominate. Where's the kind of, look, we need to start creating here. We can start taking some chances. What is it we're going to do to impose our game on them? I'm not hearing that, and I'm not seeing it, and that's my issue.
Well, this is fast running away from Team England. This match and the tie, of course.
Seven, 11. Left court, please. Over. Thank you.
Just relentless, isn't it?
Service over.
Better serve from Nestel. Got the lift, but we weren't able to do anything meaningful from the back of the court.
Easy.
Long chat here. And the plan of attack.
Good return from Tolman this time. It's frustrating to watch.
13-7.
Yeah.
It's a really good shot, don't get me wrong. Brilliant winner. But it shouldn't have been a lift. Tolman just came in nicely and could have taken them on at the net. You know, we'll see a very different attitude in the mixed doubles. You know, 50% of the English team's going to be the same. Estelle Van Leeuwen.
8-13.
Better, much better for the English. Use that slice drop shot from Estelle and Tolman was quick to rotate out to pick up the cross lift.
England coaches are having a word with the umpire. Got something earlier. Whatever it is, it's been sorted out.
Defense from Estelle.
Yeah,
there we
a
go.
bit more there.
That's what 15-year-old Estelle was like. Just standing up to whoever it was on the opposite side of the court, the fist pump, the shout.
See, Crasto again tried to just go off the court for a second. The umpire wasn't having it. It was just a little.
Might be me, but the Indians don't look quite as pumped in the last couple of points as they have done to this point.
So the flip side of being very vocal.
Here we go.
After points.
Right, good. See, this is what I want. Get in their faces a bit.
Yeah.
Is what I'm trying to say. You know, don't be intimidated. They spent a game and a half.
Too respectful.
Well, yeah, almost. I don't think it's a respect thing. They just felt slumped and under the cosh and sort of afraid. That's what they look like. And now, Estelle's gone, do you know what? I'm not having this anymore. And stood up to Crasto and told her, look, give me the shuttle. Good. Good for you, Estelle.
They want to change it. They are now. Yeah, so what I was getting at just a short while ago is when you're very vocal like the Indians were earlier, all well and good, especially when things are going your way, but when things aren't going your way and then you suddenly go into a shell, then that's a big signal to your opponents.
Well, of course it is. I think there's been a bit of a fight back here from the English. They've done a few things that we've been asking for, not just us, but like obviously them themselves and the coaches. Got back in the second game. The Indians have quietened down a little bit. It's given a bit of confidence to Van Leeuwen and Tolman, and now they're feeling like they can.
Yeah.
Okay, we can put up a fight here, and they've gained some confidence, and now there's a little bit of gesturing, body language, shoulders back, you know, chest out, like, come on. Where was that at the start?
It's a great 5-point run from the English to really close the gap.
Return of serve, so much more energy and sort of aggression from Tolman. That was all it took. And then they're in a rally and she's looking for that kill at the net. Pressure, where's the intensity been? We've seen tons of it in the most part of the match from the Indians, and now, there we go. See? Now we've got a match on our hands, Xiamen.
It is all square. Remember, they were comfortable, India. It was 11-5 at the interval, which means it's been 9-3 to England since then. Excellent recovery. It's almost as if they heard you, Bobby.
Remember, it was all very quiet between the English. There was just a little pat of the hands for high five and walk on. There was about 6, 7, 8 points ago, they had a long chat. Do you remember? You said, oh, they're still going.
Yeah.
Something. It wasn't the coaches. It was something between Tolman and Van Leeuwen.
You think that might have been the turning point?
Yeah, absolutely. Change of tactics, or perhaps they just went, you know.
Come on.
Yeah, whatever it was, that's better. Straight block and move in, you know, that's what we've not been seeing. It's been too passive. Much better game. I don't mind the miss. It's the energy and the intent.
15, 14. Play.
Very quiet, the Indians now.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's when you are that vocal, it can also work against you. There you go. That's probably the most noise we've heard from them in a while.
16, 14.
Again, the intent was there though from Tolman. It wasn't passive. It wasn't going to be a lift. She was getting to that serve, and it was going to try and go down. service quality though from Crasto. You know, top 20 player in the world. That's what you'd expect. Cross slice. I was asking for this. You know, bit of variation.
Yeah.
15, 16.
Let's hope they haven't left this too late, the comeback in the match, because if
they got level, but yeah,
it'll be an interesting third game if we get that far.
Let's go.
Quality for Crasto.
Service over. 17, 15.
You know, you look at someone like Carolina Marin, who is extremely vocal, to the point where it has gotten the nerves of others.
Yeah, it can be quite annoying sometimes, but without her and without that.
Right, but that's her. That's quintessentially her, isn't it?
It wins her points.
Correct.
Every game.
She's not going to change that.
No. Estelle pushing the net hard then. It was just the fact that she was moving forwards with intent caused Mishra to make the mistake. That's a good return. She's so skillful.
Yeah.
Service over.
If you came into this not knowing who of the four was the most successful doubles player, and you just watch this match, it then becomes patently obvious, right?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, she just has a little bit more class about her.
Yeah.
To be like that though, and to have the energy levels and try the sort of trick shots, you need the fundamentals in place. Estelle's fairly close with that. I think Tony's got a bit of work to do, and you need to have that before you can then start. It's not showing off, but before you can then start putting on a show.
The champagne stuff, yeah.
Yeah, that's lovely from Mishra.
Yeah, the bounce is back.
Left it a little bit too late, perhaps, the English. That chat, whatever it was, that decision they made, that intensity, that decision to go at them should have been, well, should be at the start of the match, should have definitely been in between games 1 and 2. Yeah. And it wasn't until midway through this one, and it's just been too late.
4 match points here. Now remember, they had a good little fight back towards the end of the first game, and they had a lot more work to do than they do now.
There's a bit of focus about both pairs right now, though. I don't think there'll be a sort of 3-point lapse from the Indians. If English come back, then it's because they've deserved it and they've won it, not because the Indians have made a mess. They made a mess at the end of the first and let them back in.
Yeah,
that's not going to happen here. Need a good serve, Lizzie Tolman. And it is. Playing exclusively on Tolman.
Crasto and Mishra. Superb performance from a pair that haven't been together for more than 3 years. Almost 3 years. And they've come good. And they've entertained England, posting a bit of a fight back, but as Bobby Griffin says, maybe coming just a bit too late.
It was too late. I mean, the entire English team really have had nothing to lose in every match they've played, in every tie throughout the week, and yet it felt like they had everything to lose, the weight of the world on their shoulders walking into this match, and the attitude wasn't right for me today until late on in the second, when there was loads of fight suddenly. It's a little too little too late.
So the women's doubles match ends with Tanisha Crasto, try that again, Shruti Mishra of India beating England's Lizzie Tolman and Estelle Van Leeuwen 21-17, 21-17 in 42 minutes. Up next, men's doubles. Hamsa Karunan and Retina Sabapati against Easton and Green. Very, very quiet streets. That's because they're in here, aren't they? At the Fenghuang Gymnasium, watching the TotalEnergies BWF Sudirman Cup Finals 2025. China not involved today, but I tell you what, from here on in till the end of the week, you can bet this place will be heaving. We saw that yesterday. At the moment, India have just beaten England. First time these two countries have met at the Sudirman Cup. But there are still 2 matches left to play. Hariharan Amsakarunan and Ruban Kumar Retina Sabapati will be playing Rory Easton and Alex Green in men's doubles. This is our 4th match of proceedings, and if I recall, Bobby felt that this one could be really close. Am I right in saying that?
Yeah, I think so. I've really liked what I've seen from Rory Easton and Alex Green, particularly against the Danes. They really challenged them in a really positive way, and in a crucial part of the top level of men's doubles, the first sort of 4 shots, it was great to see. So I don't know an awful lot about this particular Indian pair, other than the stats and the rankings that we can find, but I haven't seen them up close myself. But yeah, it's such a shame Team England hadn't picked up one of the matches to taken a point in the tie, because they've got a chance here, and also a very big chance in the mixed doubles to follow as well.
Indian pair have been together since junior days, 2019. Of course, had to take a huge break during the pandemic. Got back together in 2022 and have been together ever since. Now, they have actually met once before. This is one of the rare times where England actually have a lead in the head-to-head. They beat one in the Dutch International last year and won pretty convincingly.
Red color for you.
It's going to stand them in good stead.
Yeah, and the good thing is, from what we've seen in the performances of the Indians in terms of on paper, a lot of their tournaments are sort of IC and IS levels, which is what Green and Easton play as well. I mean, you'll talk about the rankings and the performances in those tournaments, but the level's not that far off. It's closer than we've seen. Certainly when it's been England, Indonesia, England, Denmark, but also in the first 2 matches we saw, well, first 3 now, earlier today.
So first player up. Is Hariharan Amsakarunan, who is 21 from the south of India, Tamil Nadu state, 172 centimeters tall, playing at their highest ranking of 42. They won the India International Challenge last year, the Telangana, the Bendigo International, they were runners-up. And his partner, Ruban Kumar Retina Sabapati, also from Tamil Nadu, so they have that in common. 173 centimeters tall. They won the India International Challenge in 2023 as well. Here's Rory Easton for England. Big man, 2 meters, if I'm not, or 197. I always forget, it's very tall. There you go. And his highest ranking was actually with another player, Zach Russ, 51 in the world. Alex Green is the other player. Shorter at 185. This is his highest ranking, 21 years of age.
Really impressed with him against the Danes. Really took Kim Astrup on in that sort of forecourt area, that service line, and
ready to play.
They were threatened. Best I've seen from Alex Green.
Won the Dutch and Irish Opens last year, and that's in fact where they met these two, wasn't it? And won along the way.
Yeah, straight games as well. I think I'm not sure how much stock we can put in that performance. It's a very different situation.
Latif Jauhari, our umpire from Indonesia. Sidney Gallos of New Zealand is the service judge. Look, there's only 2 matches left to try and turn this around for England, get a point on the board. They don't want to go home if they can, losing all 3. As you said, what is there to lose at this point? Go all out.
Yeah, I mean, there is now a freedom, I suppose, because England have lost the tie. India have won 3rd place in the group. It's done. There's pressure of, therefore, trying to force a 3-2 win is over.
Yeah.
They were always, or should always, have been going out to, you know, go and give their best.
Ready?
And in a positive way, and Eastern and Green certainly did that against the Danes.
And gentlemen,
I've got every confidence they'll do it again now.
India, represented by Hariharan Amsa Karunan and Ruban Kumar Retina Sabapati. And on my left, England, represented by Rory Easton and Alex Green. India to serve, Ruban Kumar Retina Sabapati to Rory Easton.
If you were playing Scrabble, the Indians have got a definite win with those names.
Well, both these pairs played Astrup and Rasmussen earlier on in this tie.
What a shot.
Oh, I thought that might have been out, but it is certainly a great smash.
England challenges.
Oh, that's why. My initial feeling was it was just out.
Bet you a quid.
Okay. You're saying in, obviously.
I am, but I'm not actually that confident. I think part of the shuttle did hit the line, but it might have been feathers. It was close, so I thought it was good.
Oh! All right.
Challenge unsuccessful. One challenge
well done.
remaining.
Just about.
One
yeah, just going back to that, I tell you what, Astrup and Rasmussen absolutely hammered Amsa Karunan and Retina Sabapati 21-7, 21-4 in 21 minutes. And yet, as you pointed out, it was much closer, especially in that first game.
We were talking about Green and Easton during that match having a chance to win that match.
Yeah.
You know,
it was 18 and 13 in that first game.
Better and better, weren't
yeah,
they?
They were. So I don't know. It's, as I said, this is the only, if I'm not mistaken, this is the only head-to-head in all of England's matches so far, including the 2 other ties, where they actually have a winning head-to-head as well.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to look for some positives here for England, because it's been a tough time.
It's not that surprising, of course, though,
no.
with Indonesia and Denmark in the group.
Of course, of course. Eastern and Green played Alphen and Ardianto, lost 11 and 11. There were little signs there, but of course, that's a mighty pair to be up against as well. It's been tough, hasn't it? Really.
Very different performance from what we saw against the Danes as well, though, that for some reason they were a little bit off their best, flat, slow. I didn't see Alex Green pushing the net as much as he did against Denmark.
I also want to point out that Amsa Karunan and Retina Sabapati really improved in their second game. They lost to Fikri and Martin, but 20 and 18 they lost in straight games, but still a huge improvement in their performance overall against a very good pair.
They are a very good pair, but they are also a pair that,
like hot and cold.
Well, they sort of seem to choose to just play in 3rd or 4th gear rather than 5th at times. That's a lovely shot, but covered nicely by Easton. Yeah, it's hard.
5-2.
You very rarely get Astrup and Rasmussen playing anything but their sort of best level, really.
Though we were a bit surprised. They were a little bit passive, weren't they, at times? They just seemed to...
I think they were rattled by their
they were rattled.
Pair.
They were rattled. Right.
Yeah. 3-5.
The Indian pair have been at the Thailand Masters second round this year. Out in the opening round of the German Open and the Orléans Masters. So that's the kind of level they've been at. And
you have to be careful flick serving Ratina Sabapathy. He was lightning fast getting back behind that. A few mistakes being not forced exactly, but Indian pair have put one in the net, put one out the back. Not really under that much pressure. They're very quick players, the Indians, though. So's Green, though. He is fast.
This English pair have been at the Orléans Masters as well, which is on the HSBC BWF World Tour, and got to the qualifiers. Only didn't get through the qualifiers. Any other tournament they played in, they got to the final. That was the Polish Open. Well, they add to their lead here.
7-5.
That was vocal. Happy with that? Noise levels there from Easton. Bit of a roar. Thumbs up from my co-commentator.
We've got 6-7.
That was a big slip from Alex Green. Left leg just went. Yeah, I don't think there's any harm in emotions coming out on the badminton court. There are rules that say, you know, you shouldn't stare at your opponent and stick your fist up and whatever.
I mean, sport's gladiatorial to me.
Yeah.
I don't really...
I don't see the problem.
I don't see any problem with that. I think that adds to the whole spectacle, doesn't it?
I also don't see the problem when your opponent hits it wide. You know it's wide. You've left it. It's 6 inches out, and you fist your you celebrate.
I totally agree.
Told off by the umpire.
Yeah.
You have to wait for the call or something. What? Why?
Seems a little archaic in this day and age too.
It's like what do you call it in football? The VAR.
Right.
You know, fans can't celebrate inside the arena because they're not sure there's a VAR.
What's going to happen next? Yeah. These two have kept pace with each other, these two pairs. Look, we had... You mentioned Ranki Reddy and Shetty not being here. That's always a blow when you have such an impressive couple of players missing from a squad. And look, by that same token, England don't have Lane and Vendy. I would have been quite interested to have seen a Lane Vendy versus Ranki Reddy Shetty matchup. That would have been interesting, Bobby. That would have been probably the highlight of this tie in many ways.
Yeah, it absolutely would.
Had they been here.
It's a shame, you know, Ben Lane's having a few problems with his foot or ankle. And he's going to need surgery actually in the summer.
Right.
And right now he's going to need, I think it must be a cortisone or something, but some sort of injection to allow him to sort of compete. Of course, being at home, you can still train. There's a lot you can do because you can tailor training around, you know, not injuring yourself.
10, 8.
And it's just a question of timing. And of course, much like a lot of the French team who aren't here this week, the top level players, there's a lot of pressure on the World Tour ranking points right now. And there's only so many sort of training blocks and periods within the year you can fit them in. That's a good serve. If Lane and Vendy had come and had they won matches, what a rally this is.
Oh, fantastic defending.
Oi.
So the English go into the interval. They're pumped at the moment. I'm not sure that they even want the interval right now.
No, they don't.
They're in a good position here. 11-8 at the break of the first game.
Yeah, saying if Lane and Vendy had come, if they'd won, if they'd beaten the Indonesians and beaten the Danes and beaten the Indians, what really changes? Are they getting through this group?
No.
So,
yeah.
How many ranking points do you earn from that compared to Lane and Vendy on the Indonesia-Singapore leg coming up in a month?
If you're at the net, you are saying that he's
Getting through that and then having the surgery, you know, it's just about timing, really.
Sure.
Don't play in between onto their hand. When they are strong.
20 seconds.
Huh? Come on, just play your game.
Eleven, 8. Play. 12-8.
Lovely pirouette earlier, by the way, from Green. And the lead, in the blink of an eye, is now 6 points.
Oh, that's some power.
Yeah, real power there. Samapati was really going for it.
Yeah. Big forehand attacking drive. Brilliant from Alex Green.
Serve 15-9.
It's been a very good post-interval session overall.
16-9.
By 7 now. And yeah, they just had that 7-point run interrupted, but they've won 7 of the last 8 now. Or 8 of the last 9, I should say, excuse me.
On a plate for the Indian. Nice backhand down the line. Yeah, it's been a real purple patch.
Snapping and bringing it up in around that net area.
17-10.
Not the best serve from Rory Easton.
11-17.
Would have been nice though, like you said. Frankie Reddy and Shetty against Ben Lane and Sean Bailey would have been quite good fun.
India looking to peg back their opponents.
Brilliant play.
Real determination about these two, Easton and Green.
I like the way Rory East, there's a massive sort of strategy, game plan. You can see who's the front man and who's at the back for the English. It's been pretty clear, but I like the way Rory Easton just holds his base and pushes in front of Green to then track back. It's almost like a mixed doubles rotation. See, they weren't quite sure on that one who was going to go. Great defending. Ooh.
The lead is 5 now in England's favour. England inching towards that 21.
19-13.
Haven't seen Easton around the net all that much. Little option this time and played it superbly.
Sarsosa, 14-19.
And that sets up
20 points.
6 game points now for Easton and Green.
Nice variation going over the top. Big smash. He's a big man with a big smash.
That is England's best game in terms of scoreline here at the Sudirman Cup 2025. They've won that comfortably, 21-14.
Varied the serve loads. They couldn't get into us at all in the first break. When we're above the tape in the mid, keeping that confidence so they can inject pace when we want, and then slow it down when we want. Okay, I felt towards the end it started getting a little bit soft, and then inviting pressure, hit pace, and then block into space rather than blocking too early in the rally. Okay? Make sure on the return of serve.
And Harry, whenever you are pushing from backhand, you're pushing that straight. Why you are there in the front? Just open up, open up. You push, and you follow up. You follow one step forward and then you open up. Whatever they are hitting cross, it's easy for you to take. Huh? Come on, serve and this. Only they are receiving only this. Huh? Just keep it down, keep it down, keep it down. You can block also, it's okay. Hari? Come on. It's okay, it's okay. There's no pressure at all. Huh? Just play your game.
Part 2, 20 seconds. Part 2, 20 seconds. Second game. Level. Play.
So a fine start from England in that opening game. Give them some confidence here. They're looking, of course, to get first point on the board. We've been here before with Harry Huang earlier on in the men's singles, who took the first game. Much tighter affair, that one.
Yeah, a bit more one-sided this opening game turned out to be.
What have you liked so far about Eastern Green? What they've done well for you?
They haven't done a lot wrong, if I'm honest. It's all been good. They're not the oldest players around. You know, they're still quite young, and yet they play with a big sense of strategy. There's a big thought process going on. You can see that in what they're doing and how they're moving out there, what they're looking for. I really like that because, you know, they've got that sort of energy of youth, that speed and power. But if they can start using their sort of knowledge and experience to create opportunities to win points as well, that's really good. Where we've seen, for example, in the what a rally!
Yeah, very good rally.
Good start for the Indians. Where we saw all the pairs changing in the women's doubles this week, and you look at the rankings, and you're like, well, that's not the highest ranked pair, and she's played with her, and there's a lot of that going on.
Yeah.
I very much doubt these two are going to split up for as long as, because they gel so well together. You've got the fast, low centre of gravity of Alex Green. He's brilliant around the service line. He's been putting loads of pressure on there. Get it past him, and it goes up to Rory Easton, who's, you know, 6'4" or whatever. And I mentioned earlier that sort of, Easton starting to move towards the shuttle.
4 love.
Changed his mind. Yeah, there was a point in the mid-court where normally you sort of, if you're going to lay off, you follow it, which means like he's stretched out to his right in the mid-court and just blocked it to the net. Normally you'd follow that yourself. These two understand that if Easton does that, Alex Green's going to go and get it.
Right.
And that takes a lot of training and trust.
5 love.
Wow. Stark contrast.
Bad start for the English. It's been all India so far, but I don't expect it to last. It's gone long, I think.
Yeah, that's going to be challenged.
England
I think it
challenges.
did look, I think it probably was out, but yeah, I think it's one of those that you will be curious about at the very least. So here's a challenge. Oh, it's good. Wow. Finally get the first point on the board.
Sarasota, 1-5. Play.
That's the kind of shot to challenge, you see.
Yeah.
On your opponent's back line.
Yeah. Agreed. Well, it's chalk and cheese at the moment. How these two games have shaped up, the first few points. Racing through this right now. What are they doing better for you? Amsa Karunan and Ratana Samapati.
It's actually been a few loose shots and sort of errors, mistakes from the English in the most part. A couple out the back, a few sort of just, yeah, poor choices in the start. And stuff like that, you know, it's just
8-1.
Everything was just working in the first. Not a lot has changed from the English perspective in how they're playing. I think the Indian pair have been a bit more creative in the second, varying it a little bit. They've played some sort of slower shots rather than just smacking it at the English in the mid-court and going hard with the smash. That, perfect example. In the first, they were going too hard and thinking they could outpower the English. She was just turning them and driving back and getting on top of the rally. Good variation. Using the drop shot a lot more from the back.
Really is a procession of points right now for Team India.
It's getting to the point where it's going to be too far for the English to come back in game two. Game two.
Well, I think we may well already be there. It's 9-point lead.
10-1.
Certainly both pairs seem happier on this end as well. Wow, they've gotten to the interval
11-1.
with an almost perfect start to this second game. Amsa Karunen and Retina Sabapati 11-1 in game two, but Eastern and Green have won that first game.
Amazing turnaround.
Ride it a bit more, then look to make the play. I feel like we're trying to rush and snatch at the sense now.
I actually think we can move them a little faster, rather than like going like this. Like, move them like with the same height, but with just a little bit taking it more early, so we can like bring them out of position a bit more.
Using the width more.
So we can use the sides more.
Yes, yes. Okay. Also want you involved more mid-forward. Doesn't necessarily mean we're always
Or
hard. We're gliding down, coming in. Just put a bit of pressure on them because we've lost that initiative in the fourth quarter, okay? Yeah? Keep confident, boys, yeah? Keep confident. We can bring this back.
Bring it back.
Yeah.
2-1.
Play.
Now, what about the talk at half-time there, effectively, to stake them out of the slumber?
Yeah, there was a lot to discuss. And just so many things that they were doing so well in the first, not quite happening in the second. Like that, I mean, there's nothing wrong with what Eastern did there, but the push back came off the net. It caused a little, you know, lucky break for the Indians who put it away. Whilst the score is awful, 12-1, the percentages of actually the rallies is nowhere near that. It's a definite drop, though, again. You talk about mentality, that body language. Towards the end there, Rob Golding, the coach, said, you know, come on, lads, you know, confidence. There's, you know,
Yeah. I mean, this is...
In the first, there was a spell where England won 9 out of 10 points in the middle.
Yeah, correct.
So it's not unheard of. But at the time, it was similar to this, really. The Indians didn't seem to do that much wrong. Bit of luck here and there. A couple of really good quality shots, and that's all it took.
9-point run finally comes to an end, but you'll have to say probably at this point now, most likely it is a little too late.
Oh dear. It's just not working. That was quite poor.
Yeah, it's interesting right now at this stage. Is it damage limitation? Do we already start to think about the third game? Are we gleaning whatever information we can from this one?
I don't think they need to find information. I think they know what they need to be doing. I think I always believe you've got an opportunity to start making things work. So you should take it.
Work it on them now.
There's a mindset that says, look, the second's gone. Let's restart the third level and it'll be different. Well, why will it be different? It's not going to be different until something changes. And
why not affect that change now, if you can?
Absolutely, yeah. So they need 4 points to win. England aren't going to win. But if we can get 5 or 6 to their 4, we're actually on top of, we're back in that.
So while you may have lost it by 17 8.
Yeah, yeah.
The
Actually,
momentum may have shifted.
Right.
Right.
And also the confidence.
Yeah.
And, you know, you can use it to work on how good your touch is around the net, or...
Well, because right now India will be going in absolute flying.
Exactly, yeah. You don't want them starting this third game feeling like kings of the world. You've got to stop that, and you can do it now. Even if they can get to 9 or 10, they'll feel like they're back in the match.
Well, it's the first time in this game that they've had consecutive points, so that's the start. Make that 3 in a row. So yeah, this is kind of going what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Well, Sukakaran and Retina Sabapati were on the end of this sort of scoreline. The hands of Astrup and Rasmussen. Oh, he got that. Did he get that?
No,
I thought he did
tried
for a
the
second.
trick shot from the floor. That's the other thing, though. I said 9 or 10, but you know, if suddenly that's 11 or 12, and they're still on 18 or 17 or 18. Obviously, they've won 1, but suddenly you think, well, hang on, we've just won 10 in a row.
Correct. Well, there you go.
Or 9 out of 10. Why can't we just keep going? You know.
Yeah. So actually, it's 7-all since the interval. That's another way of looking at it, right?
Yeah, exactly. Perfect.
Far more competitive since the break.
They almost look scared to use the rear court as well, the English on this side, which is a bit of a problem.
12 game points now for Sukakaran and Retina Sabapati. Not a good serve from Sukakaran. Easy finish there for Green.
Also, getting double figures is a bit of a mental hurdle. You don't want to lose those single figures if you didn't sort of
throw
the game or whatever.
Well, as you say, these are valuable points in the psychological war that's being waged between the two pairs, at least. And they eventually get there. Sukakaran and Retina Sabapati with an emphatic win. It might have been even more so earlier, but a decent fight back from the English.
Yeah, it was 17-3.
Now again, the most
Is that right?
important thing,
That can't be right.
you have to catch the first one from up. Hari, try to keep it. Try to keep it.
I think it was.
Yeah, it was.
And you want to
17-3.
hit.
They won 7 of the
but
last
you can
11
control.
points, as you
That's
said.
better.
Interesting.
You got all the points when you're
So it's
controlling.
8-4. Yeah, in the last 12 points.
Receiving, don't go for
England are
hard
back in it.
receiving. Don't go for hard receiving.
Let's think positively.
No, you can't. You go tuck or
No, I'm feeling it fine. I just don't think I had any opportunities because I felt like they had good width. So we got to build more and get them, like you say, get them below tape and make them like narrow. I think we need to be very careful with the living returns. I like the hard ones and the nets. I think going more into that, less into like the in between.
Hard, look off, or just dead table. Okay. Yeah.
Is that what you need? Yeah. Get big and involved again. All right. You're intimidating when you're big in that mid. You really are. All right. Get fired up. Raise energy. All right. Set him up as well.
Yeah.
Okay. Be patient at times.
We're using our speed to get on below tape. Yeah. Early on things, but I'm always going to hold.
20 seconds. Final game. Level. Play.
So, which England will turn up here in this third game? Remember, as emphatic as that win was, the momentum had shifted towards England. This is exactly what Bobby was sort of talking about. As much as you may lose overall in that game, where did that momentum go? 7 of the last 11 points went to England. Now, can they translate that into this last game?
Strange too, isn't it, how quickly things change in sport sometimes.
Yeah.
You know, we were 21-14 and everything was going the English way. We were talking about, oh look, we're going to, you know, the English are going to win a match in at least one of the ties this week. Suddenly, it all changed. Gets through in the end, Rory Easton.
I can't remember which one of the matches you and I worked on where I think you said this would be the quickest match of the day, and ended up being one of the most competitive ones. Remember that? I think it was was it men's doubles maybe? Might have been. No, maybe not men's doubles.
It might have been Green and Easton against
Astrup and Rasmussen.
Yeah.
It was, wasn't it?
I think
It was. Yeah. And you were very...
I didn't expect the level of performance we're getting from the English this week in men's doubles, and I thought we'd see a bit more from Kim and Anis, especially after that brilliant performance against these two. Like you said, they won 4 and 8 or something.
Yeah. Oh, good defending there.
Tried to go over the top of Easton, but realised quickly the guy's absolutely massive. Abby Harris and Kirby Nan leading the charge. The supporters' desk.
Yeah, they might be sensing something here, Bobby, and remember...
And I think they're also trying to buoy their team.
Well, look, this is already England's best performance in a tie so far, right? They've taken 2 games.
Well, Callum and Estelle, 21-19 in the third, loss.
But, no, what I mean is they haven't taken 2 games in any other tie. They've taken one Harry Huang and...
Yeah.
In that sense.
But it's, I mean...
Harry Huang at a match point.
This team's a lot lower rated than
agreed.
Denmark or Indonesia this year.
Well out, isn't it? Well out.
Challenge successful.
Oh, that was one of the most convincingly out shots we have seen this week.
2. Play.
The Indians.
Not sure what was going on there. Ooh, wow.
Oh my God.
Oh, brilliant.
Unbelievable.
That was all action. Some great reflexes as well.
Yeah. Instincts. Because you don't have time to choose.
No.
Just got to instinctively put your racket where you think it might go. Look at that from Alex
2
Green.
in a row. Well, they're pumped. Easton and Green. They now go in front. A lot of talk. appear that both pairs are enjoying this nearer end.
Yeah, you can see how the English are actually not afraid to like go hard into the rear corners from this side. They barely did that in the second, and I wonder whether they are simply afraid of the conditions.
Which would mean, in theory, Bobby, that Eastern and Green would like to get as big a lead as they can heading into the interval.
Yeah, it makes less of an impact in doubles normally.
Yeah,
It's so flat and fast.
Agreed.
The length, you're not clearing and lifting as much as you would be in singles typically.
But somehow it has. Pairs have just seemed a lot more comfortable. Lead by 2 here, Eastern and Green.
That might have come out.
Yeah. Did look like it might have.
Don't change the plan. It's okay.
Well, I think we heard that clearly. Whatever the plan is, do not change it. Stick with the plan. Keep an eye on things, Bobby, and tell us what you think the plan might be.
Yeah. Yeah, well, similar to we saw when they were just pulling away in the second. There's a big variation. Look, going soft, just finding the space. Rather than just driving hard and taking them on in the midcourt, we're trying to create space to exploit what looks like Rory Easton in particular's movement. It's good from Rory though.
7-6.
Green now 2 clear.
Shot. Yeah, nice setup. Rory had to go really wide with that drive because anything slightly further into the middle would have been cut out by the front man. That's brilliant.
This match has really swung quite wildly.
Big mistiming of the shuttle. Really nice.
England going to the interval of this third game with a 5-point lead, looking for their first point of this tournament. They're in a great position here, but they are changing ends. Will that make a difference? We shall find out shortly.
Amazing how many fewer errors there were, and the intensity levels got back up there and stuff in that. It was getting better and better until this interval. Like you said earlier, they don't want the interval to come. Especially to have to go back to that nightmare of a second end now.
Have patience, be in the rally. Play a simple game, simple, don't outright just no need. Still you can win the game, still.
20 seconds. 20 seconds.
You know the game, still you changed it. You knew it.
11-6. Play.
Brilliant. That is really combative from Rory Easton in particular. Tiny his little hole and then just changes direction, gets a weaker reply. Good skills.
England are in a very decent position here. Karinen and Retuna Sabapati looking now to see if they can stage a comeback of sorts. Put the pressure back on.
Yes, mistimed the final shot, but the setup was brilliant. Look at that, laying off soft, Rory going back so that the shot might come back to Alex at the net. Really well worked shot and rally.
6 points in game 3. I'm not sure anyone's had that kind of lead so far for England. Not even
Estelle and
Callum.
Not mixed. No.
Not that we want to jinx anything, right there, Bobby?
This one's far from over yet, mate. We've got a way to go. Not getting too excited.
You should see him right now. That is Drifter from that far end.
Yeah, you've got to be careful when they're looking for those rebounds from this side. I'll take that. Nice cheap point.
Lead is cut to 5.
Good return.
Ooh.
It's really nice defence.
Yeah.
Not sure.
Oh,
which one it was. This is great.
Oh, what play there from Easton. What reactions. Green did so well. Oh,
wow.
Brilliant.
What a shot that is. One of the best reactions of the day, I'd say.
I agree. We want to watch that one again and again. The Indians know that was an opportunity to be just 4 behind. Now they're 6, trailing by 6. Make that 7. This is looking very good for England.
Few times they've been caught out when Alex Green's pushed around the head. Rory's not getting across quick enough. That's that movement I think the Indian pair were trying to exploit earlier in the match. Whenever there's a little bit of space, it's always where they're trying to hunt Rory Easton from a movement perspective. They definitely don't want to be taking on Alex Green around the mid-court and forecourt. He's been brilliant this week. Not going to have too many chances left, this pair.
Oh, got that all wrong. Easton and
11-16.
Amsakaranan and Ritzler Salvati. Thank you, Bobby.
That's a first. Abby and Kirby getting pretty excited.
Four points away from that elusive point.
Great serve. Good follow-up too. That's
gone
good.
long. Oh, they're looking good here.
Haven't seen Rob and George all that animated this week either. Till now.
Thank you.
Well, it would mean something, right? This would be good for them.
Absolutely. As much as anything, just proof that all the hard work they put in behind the scenes and touring the IC and IS circuits is paying off, you know? Taking it to a pair like this. Ranks, what, twice as high as the English, so to speak, if that makes any sense. Yes! They both sensed when they were going to make the move. They both tried and had to decide which one was going to go. Great defending. Well played, Easton. Gone long.
And now, this is their best chance of winning a point here. They've got 8 match points. One saved.
Good return from Sapatapi. It's gone wide.
Well, England have...
Wait, the line judge called it in. The line...
Oh.
I'm going to call it now. The line judge is wrong. They're going to win this on a challenge.
He's convinced our man here, Bobby.
It was out. It was miles out. 2 inches out.
Well, just to add a bit of drama on.
Not that I'm English.
Yeah. Spot on, Bobby. Well done. So England have got their first point of this Sudirman Cup.
Look at that.
And they're delighted, their supporters, well, their team really.
I was going to say, where's the cheer for Rory? They were just singing for Alex for a moment there.
Well, so important for them to at least not have been rolled over again. And as you said, this was going to be their best opportunity to do it.
Did I say that?
Didn't you?
I think so.
This match would have been. Yeah, you know you did.
I'm not sure. No, brilliant. Well, this and the mix. I mean, to be fair,
yeah.
We're on a roll now. All we need is like best of 11 or something. You know, get a few more pairs and players out here. And England are back. No, they have got a good chance in the mixed doubles, and delighted for how well Rory Easton and Alex Green played today. Pretty tough pair. I mean, there's a lot of thought went into that, a lot of strategy and tactics, and they were superb. Once again, I thought they were good against the Danes. They were just as good today.
So, Rory Easton and Alex Green of England beat India's Hariharan Amsakarunan and Ruben Kumar Ratina Sabapati 21-14, 11-21, 21-13. It's been a very, very compelling match. It's taken 52 minutes. Up next, our final match. It is mixed doubles. Karunakaran and Crasto against Hemming and Van Leeuwen. Nighttime in Xiamen, and there's the very impressive Fenghuang Gymnasium, part of the Olympic Sports Centre, right on the water as well. It's so picturesque, really is. This is a wonderful city that's been earmarked as one of the most livable cities in China. We are just at the tail end of this TotalEnergies BWF Sudirman Cup Finals tie between India and England. England have pulled one back, an important point. I'll tell you why later on. And we are left now with the final match. It's mixed doubles and some very familiar names in action. Familiar because both of these two players here for India have already been in action a little bit earlier on this evening. Satish Kumar Karunakaran and Tanisha Crasto from India will play England's Callum Hemming and Estelle Van Leeuwen. She was also in action earlier in women's doubles. What are you thinking, Bobby?
I'm really hopeful for the English here today. I think they've got a really good chance. Hemming and Van Leeuwen have played some brilliant matches of late, particularly across the European Mixing Championships and European Championships, and we're looking really good the other day against the Indonesians. It was a brutal loss at the end of that third. I'm also thinking, you know, Karunakaran's going to be quite tired. He had an epic men's singles against Harry Huang earlier. I don't think he'll have the sort of mixed doubles mid-court sort of skills that Callum's got. That's my hunch, but I haven't seen an awful lot of him play, so it'd be interesting to see what he's like on a doubles court. Estelle Van Leeuwen was fighting back in that second game in the women's doubles.
Belatedly, but she was there, right?
Yeah, against Crasto and Mishra, and particularly a fairly feisty Crasto realised Estelle Van Leeuwen's got a bit about her. So it's going to be a really fierce battle around the forecourt with the two females.
Maybe some unfinished business as well. Let's see.
Yeah, I hope so. I think so. I liked that from Estelle. I liked that bit of fierceness. It was good.
First meeting between the two, because it is really a scratch pairing. Karunakaran and Crasto have played together just once before in the Asia Junior Championships back in 2019. They lost to Fernando back then, who played with another player. That's the only time they've ever played together, so this should be interesting. Here is Satish Karnakaran, who's more of a singles player. He does play some mixed doubles. 23 years of age, 6 foot tall, from the south of India in Chennai. 30th in the world, there you go, Adya Varivat. In fact, he's higher ranked in mixed doubles than he is in singles.
Well, that answers that.
Tanisha Crasto really is an impressive player for India. 21 years of age. We saw her, she's had a very good time here at the Sudirman Cup, won most of her matches. Callum Hemming for England, 25 years of age, 175 from Luton, and these two have won the Dutch and Irish Opens together. Estelle van Leeuwen, his partner on and off the court. We saw in the women's doubles earlier, 20 years of age, 166. They are playing at their highest ranking at the moment, and they're the highest ranked English representatives here at this tournament as well.
Ready to play?
Yeah, they are, and that bodes well for England, and I'm kind of glad this one's up last.
Jakob Sundberg, our Danish umpire. Su Xiaofeng, the Chinese service judge.
We could have, England could have sneaked one of those singles earlier on. That's what I was hoping for, and sets up at 2-all. What a brilliant end to the group stages. Whilst both nations have already been pipped by Indonesia and Denmark, it would have been a great fight for third spot. And now we know India have confirmed that place, but the English pair are not going to take this lying down. They are out here to put in a performance, showcase what they've got. Yeah, it should be a good fight.
Ladies and gentlemen, on my right, England, represented by Estelle van Leeuwen and Callum Hemming. And on my left, India, represented by
Karan earlier, of course, was playing in the singles against Harry Huang, was pushed, was faced a match point, saved that, went on to win in 3. Tanisha Crasto was with Shruti Mishra, as you heard earlier from Bobby and maybe Lizzie Tolman, and Estelle van Leeuwen here in straight games. Bobby, give us a taste. Have you've had to play 2 matches in a day before?
Oh yeah.
In an evening? Yeah. So I mean, how draining is it? Depending, I guess, on how the first match went, right? I guess.
Yeah, I think I'm not sure it's 4 in an international competition was my record, or it might have even been 5
in a day.
Yeah, but it's a bit different at those kind of levels. This is, obviously you won't see that at the top level, but here they train for it as well. I mean, these players will play different types of levels of badminton, especially throughout their careers. They would have played for university teams, or they would have played for county setups, or there'll be bronze, silver, gold tournaments in the UK that they might have played in, and you know, you've got to play loads of matches over the course of a few days. So it won't worry them at all. They'll be conditioned for it. They'll be trained for it, prepared for it with the coaching staff. You probably can't see them through their, even though they're wearing white shirts, but I'm pretty sure Estelle's probably wearing one too. But they've got a vest under there. Yeah, it's black. See that? Oh no, that's the top of the shirt. When Callum sort of used the shirt to sort of wipe his face,
we saw that. Yeah.
There's a little sensor sits in the middle of your back, and it's recording everything. Not just sort of calories and heart rate stuff, but actually a lot more than that. Technical stuff I probably don't know enough about to go into, but they use the data to analyse how hard you've worked in the day compared to how hard you should be working to maintain certain levels and be ready for matches.
Right.
Or you want to have a training block week where you've got to potentially work harder than you normally would because you're trying to achieve something. All of that data is heavily scrutinised and analysed. In this case by the coaching staff or the physio that's with the England team here. And I'm sure it's the same for lots and lots of teams. You know, you see a lot of the players with that armband.
Yeah.
So, you know, they'll be ready for this. The biggest one for me is Karen who's worked for, what was it, an hour and
13 minutes
on a singles court.
Yeah, that's a good
tough
point.
Going. If this is close and it ends up going to 3, that might start to tell.
Yeah,
because he's going to feel it in the legs by then, surely.
And a good start for India.
7-2.
Look sharp. Crasto.
Yeah, Hemming rushing the net and taking a chance. There's a bit of a gamble there. It's not something. Whilst he can be in that position, it was great. The shot he chose to play was a big risk.
Service over. 3-8.
It's not really going right for them at the moment.
Service over. 9-3.
It's interesting that India have opted to use these two players again when they've got a pretty big squad here.
Well, Dhruv Kapila had a great result. In fact, it was 21-19 with Crasto against the Indonesians, who beat Estelle and Callan 21-19 in the third.
Right.
So it's fair. It's evenly matched all round in that respect.
But interesting because, as you said, Karen has already played the singles. It's unusual to see that kind of combo, isn't it? To have the singles and then go into the mixed doubles.
Really.
And there's plenty of other players who could have done the job.
That's a lovely touch.
Service
That's
over.
the kind of stuff I wasn't sure.
10-4.
As having never actually seen him live, witnessed him live before, whether he'd have that kind of feel for mixed. But clearly, like you said, if he's top 30 in the world in mixed as well with a different partner.
Service over. 5-10.
Just a reminder again that Crasto on Sunday with Dhruv Kapila lost to Tufton Mayland 13-14. Then she brushed that off and partnered Mishra and beat Antonison and Boyer in the women's doubles.
6-10.
Better from England. And then
doing well there. Estelle to assert herself, take some initiative in the rally. Crasto a little bit ambitious.
Also got the only point for India against Indonesia, as you mentioned, with Dhruv Kapila against Kushayanto and Vijaya. Into 3. They won 21-19 in that final game.
That's nice from Estelle van Leeuwen.
Well wide from Crasto, and valuable points here for England before the interval.
Really valuable because the Indians are sort of in the rally and have the chance to sort of dictate, but that's the kind of shot you go for when you're panicking. There's no need to for Crasto there.
Ooh, that might have gone out. Clips the nets from Crasto.
11-7.
And they go into the interval leading by 4 points, 10-7. at the interval of game 1.
It's been a fairly fierce contest, pretty scrappy really, which has been good, but the damage was done on the scoreboard quite early on.
First start, we just turning up, get that position.
Court 2, 20 seconds. Court 2, 20 seconds. Eleven, 7. Play.
Well, they had a pretty decent lead of 7 points earlier. Karina Crasto at 10-3.
13,
And they look like they may be returning to that sort of position shortly. Did you manage to hear anything during that break, Bobby?
Not a great deal. It's difficult as both coaches were chatting, one to each player. Just looking back at some of Tanisha Crasto's performances. Made the final of Saif Modi International last year. Veronica and Pao Sampran opponents took them to 3, which is quite impressive, isn't it?
Service over. 14-8.
It's a healthy lead again for the Indian pair.
Really good
from Hemming.
Yeah.
Service over.
I like her from the start from Callum Hemming as well, where
9-14.
he's fast of movement and then slow of shot. You know, he kind of just tries to create that space or finds the space with the shuttle to get Estelle in the game. That's when, for me, they work best, when he's trying to get Estelle into the forecourt and on top of the shuttle, rather than him trying to win it himself.
Should be out.
England challenges called out.
That looked very clearly out, but it is being challenged by Callum Hemming. The word confidence just come through for the England coaches.
Challenge unsuccessful. 1 challenge remaining. Service over. 15-9. Play.
It's a punch. We saw that earlier.
9.
Pick up from Callum Hemming. Oh, he's fast.
Oh,
lightning fast, and played that drop. The speed at which he got across the midcourt there.
17-9.
Lovely shot too to finish.
Hemming plays with both Van Leeuwens. Ethan is his men's doubles partner, sister or brother of Estelle.
I think they're the second highest ranked men's doubles pair actually in England.
18.
Ethan's not here this week. Estelle's twin brother. Badminton family as well. Jürgen van Leeuwen's the dad and coach, well not the coach now, but got their very young careers.
Well, that's the highest ranked English representative this week. And they've played All England, India Open, German Open, Swiss Open, all of them early round exits, first round exits. Malaysia Open, they got to the second round. European Championships, a quarter-final. So, I mean, they are playing at that level, Bobby. This is good. That's great for them, isn't it? To mix with that sort of crowd, get that exposure.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're all getting to that age now, you know, similar sorts of ages. Ethan's, sorry, Callum's a little bit older than Estelle, but
20, game point,
the next point is where they reach that development level to then start pushing it onto the sort of world tour.
That's plenty of game points, and the first one taken.
First game won by
very, very good from Karnakaran
11.
and Krasto. The start they had really set them up.
Very confident performance so far from those two.
Same, if you are blocking, do a soft block. Don't play that in between block. And Tanisha dribble laga rahi hai, ruk ja. In between we'll take it. And do more of this. End moment pe you do all this. Yeah. Start अच्छा करो आ जाए. यही सेट निकल जाएगा. Alright, you have to be confident with something. You're not enough to give him. Alright, be patient. Let's make him weak. Alright, you'll get your attack. Alright.
Using that route at the start. And then when it goes, then it's going to pace you to win. Alright? Yeah, huge.
Well,
Court 2, 20 seconds.
Karnakaran,
Court 2, 20
his ranking is 30 in the world with Adya Variath, and that's around the same sort of level as the English pair, Hemming and Van Leeuwen. So he's also played in some similar sort of tournaments, like the All England, India Open and All Your Masters. That was first round exits. Second round exit, Malaysia and Swiss Open. So it's impressive, like you said, you don't see many players these days doing both, singles and mixed.
Plenty that do, you know, their level doubles,
yeah.
either men's or women's and the mix, but singles and doubles is unusual, at least for nations where there's plenty of badminton players. The Federation doesn't need to invest in a player like that for India, typically, or a lot of Asian countries that are big badminton nations. That's nice. Good patch from the start. Yeah, because it's the amount of training hours in both of the disciplines. It's difficult. You'd want to refine and hone your skills at certain things, but he's making it work for sure.
He's played a lot less singles than he has mixed doubles, to be fair.
Did well, kept the wits about her then, Estelle. It's a surprise for the penultimate shot to come back. That might have gone long.
Yeah, did look like it.
Shot.
Oh reactions there, but
Krasto giving it her everything. Callum just had to keep going.
Krasa's kind of got this never say die spirit about her, hasn't she? You picked up on that in the previous match.
Look at that. 2 off the floor. Cool. He was moving before the serve then, I think. Oh dear, what a shame. She read that like a book. She set up Karen at the net. Well played though. Dangerous. Can Japan get away with it? That was a great touch by Callum Hemming at the net. Sets himself up. Even though I think Estelle tried to barge him out of the way to take the final shot.
Service over. 3-4.
Didn't quite catch what happened there, but it was a return of serve.
Yeah.
Must have been an awful serve, or perhaps, again, Indians moved before.
Service over.
And the player actually served.
3.
It's quite telling how much more comfortable, even if it's in doubles, this end has been for everyone tonight, really.
Wonderful shot.
6-3.
Look how quick. She was hunting that shot before Crasto had even played it. There was a bit of that towards the end of the women's doubles too, wasn't there? But not enough at the start.
Emphatically done there by Karunakarn.
4-6.
Oh, he's got down well, but
Service
it's quicker to everything at the moment.
Smart play.
7-4.
This is a lot better than most of what we saw in the first. It's the use of the softer shots as well to set up the point. I remember, I think it was Rob Golding talking to Callum earlier.
Thank you.
And patience was used, the word.
Yeah.
Stay patient with your attack.
Service over. 5-7. 6-7.
Just a point in it now.
Yeah, a couple of cheap points for the Indian pair. Slow them down now. This is where they need to fall on the floor and get some sweat or towel or shoelace or drink or something.
8-7.
Happily they'll take a winning shot from Hemming.
Service all call. Too high.
Too high, the serve.
7-7.
Frustration.
8-0.
Didn't look all that different to a normal serve. Lovely.
7-7.
Hemming lightning fast around the court. Nice setup by
9,
Estelle.
8.
Skillful finish too to get to it that quickly and then take the pace off.
Not going to miss that one.
Yeah, in the same way, the challenge there today between Crasto and Estelle is really intriguing. Good coverage by her partner, but then she gets back to the net and then gets caught out.
Yeah, much tighter second game than we saw in the first at this stage, where Finns were cruising it.
10-9.
It was 10-4 at one point. Oh, lovely touch there from Hemming.
Yeah, really well spotted.
And they are up by 2 here in the second game, Hemming and Van Leeuwen, but they are trailing overall in this match. Karan and Crasto won the first game, 21-11.
That's where they're at their best for me, is when Hemming's just going soft, finding the spaces with a last-minute deception or a fine touch. A weaker lift or get Estelle into the game.
Don't drive it. Try to play it on the other side. Control it on the other side. Yeah. And then you get attacked. Huh? And boy is only pushing you. So be ready. Just one.
Call
get one first
20
one.
seconds.
Yeah.
Call 20 seconds. Hey. 11-9. Play. Well, 9. Over. 10, 12.
Well, the Indian pair not letting England get too far away from them. Want to be within that striking distance.
Good block from Van Leeuwen. That's lovely.
$11-12.
couple of shots in that rally, absolutely fabulous.
Oh, that's the net there, Crasto. Well, they've maintained the lead.
11.
Super tight, this one.
Thank you.
Pumped fist there from Van Leeuwen.
Yeah, any sort of points is valuable, and to get a freebie from Tanisha Crasto is worth its weight in gold, I'd say. Oof. Well, that cancels that out.
That's her response to your comment.
Great pressure from Van Leeuwen.
I think we're having the draw happening
after this
right now.
Oh,
or very soon for the quarterfinal positions. None of the countries involved in action right now. France, Australia on court 1, and here England and India are involved. If you've got any updates, Bobby, of course, please break the news. And by the way, just
17,
it's
12.
Suddenly they've surged ahead here, Xiamen and Van Leeuwen. And lead by 5 for the crucial stage of this second game.
a lot more measured, composed in the second
18,
from the English pair.
12.
That's been the major difference for me. I don't think there's been a huge shift from the Indians. They've just not been given the same sorts of opportunities. Oh, that might have gone wide. The pace of the shuttle coming back from the English is different this game. A lot more sort of calm and slow and playing with spaces rather than just going hard and flat and going at it in the midcourt.
18.
Crasto's not going to miss too many of those.
Oh, Hemming's on a mission. He's done well.
19-13.
It's been a long week for Team England, and as you said, they're going to Denmark tomorrow, or flying off tomorrow?
Not sure exactly when. I think a few of them at least are playing the. I think it's an IC over in Denmark.
Game point. 13.
Game points now for Xiamen and Van Leeuwen. 7 of them to be exact. It looks like we are inexorably heading over to the rubber.
Game.
And it was all very tight.
Second game won by England.
12-11, and then England
13.
just surging soon after the interval.
Yeah, the last couple of points from Crasto and Karuna Karan were not half-hearted, but they knew they were.
Yeah, they won 9 of the last 11.
And the
Well
return.
done.
So we look to take at the start
21-13.
Okay, then we can look to be a bit more purposeful. I want Estelle, your positioning off net to start with, so we get involved, and then close up back. This is the side where they're going to push up the court a lot more. So just being a little bit more controlled, and maybe in defence, sitting back a little bit more rather than rushing. Yeah, keeping the width, finding the spaces. When you're comfortable though, full commitment to use your speed and power. Yeah. Okay, at the start of rallies, using your speed to dictate and gain positioning. Yeah. Okay? Yeah, well done.
Enjoy.
Chalo. It's only when you have to sit down from our side, that's all. So please, if you're comfortable with that.
Court 2, 20 seconds. Court 2, 20 seconds. Hey. Final game. Level. Play.
Oh, challenge, yeah. I thought there'd be a challenge. That looked too close for comfort. Might have gone wide.
Well, Stelva Lewin had no compunction in raising a hand there quickly.
She was advised during the break by Rob Golding to make sure that it is in on the line. Making sure she goes for that cross net and then fills the space quickly. And Callum was exactly what we were saying earlier, and I'm sure what the coaches were saying, they were using the same advice against the Indonesians when we watched that. To keep finding the space, keep being creative. Only go hard when you're in good position, basically. And when he's comfortable to use his speed and power.
I also heard him say something about the end as well, didn't he?
Yeah, he said there's a threat in attack from the Indians on this side of the court. Of course, we saw in game one. Not exactly sure what he was referring to, but something to be mindful of. Didn't catch much of the Indian coaching chat. Although they did look pretty smiley and happy out there.
They did. There was
at the end of it.
A bit of a laugh.
The coach had gone and they were just having a good time, so that's nice.
Yes, a very positive, bubbly sort of aura around Crasto in particular, I think.
2, 3.
Well, in a way, the good thing for the Indian team is the job's already been done. You know, win or lose this match isn't going to make a massive difference to anything for the Indians. You know, they've got third space in the group. They've got that kind of moral victory in the ranking points or whatever it might be in terms of team events. That's brilliant.
Amazing! 3 of them. That never say die spirit of Tanisha Crasto. They've lost the point.
How many times have we seen that this week? Nice defence, couldn't get back up. That's brilliant. There's another shot in there somewhere.
Yeah,
I think.
there is a third.
There we go. Wow. Yeah, whereas I think the win, or a win for the English pair here, will actually do a lot for the team, you know, to feel that on a roll. They've just come off the back of that men's doubles one as well. Great finish for the week for the team, for a development week. Something to take away. Yeah. And a springboard for Callum and Estelle in particular. to again take it to some good pairs, you know. They've had to play Tofton Magdalene, they've had to play Ruscianto and Mentari, and now to take on Crasto, even with this partner who's ranked 30. You know, they're all good pairs.
It's actually been a tough all week.
And it's the same throughout. It's been the same in the women's doubles as well. You know, it was tough work for Lizzie Tolman and Estelle earlier. And I would think I was particularly critical of a lot of it, but it's because I believe they can do it. I've almost got a sense of expectation that if they play their best, they'll challenge pairs like that.
Done.
5-4.
England just in front here. Great touch.
You ready?
Really difficult skill as well. Based on what happened in the first, if England can even just stay with the Indians, first half of this game before they change ends,
correct,
it will be a victory. To be in front, as they are, oh, what a block.
Again, Crasto got down well.
I like that from Estelle, taking on Crasto. Brave, I like it.
7-4.
Nice run here from England.
Bodes well, considering how dominant the Indian pair were in the first game on this side of the court.
Right.
And how good England were on the second game on the far side. So when they swap in a minute, it should be advantage England because they've already got 7 points.
What do they want to look at? What? Ideally, they could be up by 3 or 4. Actually, it doesn't matter, right? Because they're now on the.
I'd have taken Indian
up by 1 or 2.
11-8 up.
Yeah.
And I'd still fancy England.
Ah.
Confidence. God, I keep talking about it.
You've got to walk the walk, right?
Well, that's the problem. It's easy for me to say. We're stuck up here. Nobody sees our faces. So we can say what we like, and if we get it wrong, doesn't matter. Just embarrass ourselves for 5 minutes. No, but I would. If, based on the scores and the performances we watched in games 1 and 2, if England were behind by 2 or 3 points, I still think that's a fairly good performance and bodes well at the end of the game, at the change of game.
Well, going by what you're saying, India would need to have a pretty perfect sequence of events now between now and the interval.
Oh, it's clever from Callum. Resisted the temptation. He could have driven that hard.
Oh, wow. He's done well, Hemming.
Good move from Crasto because Van Loon, I think it was, went all or nothing. Yeah, with that.
Got there quickly, didn't he?
He is so quick,
Current,
isn't he?
Yeah.
And to be in, like we said earlier, to be in a third after playing 3 games of men's singles.
You wouldn't necessarily know it at the moment.
Read it like a book. Callum Hemming, well played.
8-6.
Again, challenging. She's not afraid of Tanisha Crasto. This is good from both pairs. What a rally. This time it's Karuna Karan gambling with that big cross smash. caught Van Leeuwen by surprise. Still enjoying themselves out there, no pressure. It's a big week for the Indian team too, you know, with all those repeat performances.
Exactly.
Both Crasto and a partner have played already today, and
Crasto's played the most of anyone in Team India.
7-7. 9-7.
Smile on Alex Green's face, and understandably so after that performance today.
They've done their part in preventing a whitewash, which is, well, they probably wouldn't be aware of it, but I'll mention it later.
Going back here.
7-7.
Point in it.
8-9.
Yeah, the Indian pair might themselves be better adjusted to that far end as Hemming and Van Leeuwen have been here.
Yes.
It'll be fascinating to see what happens after the interval.
9-all.
And backhand cross there, and perhaps should have played straight or lifted. This shot coming up. Crasto is too wise to all of that. That's clever. Good recovery from Estelle.
Yeah.
Brilliant
what a
from
shot,
Crasto.
Crasto, yeah.
10-9.
They go in front here for the first time in a while. Only the second time.
We talked about telegraph earlier, again from Estelle. She's really good with her racket. She's got that deceptive time. She had time there. She just showed straight net and then played it, and that's when Crasto pounced. There's a little bit of her skill there. Oh, that's a miss hit. Got lucky there.
So, 11-9 is the lead for Karunakaran and Crasto, which by Bobby's calculations is within the range for Hemming and Van Leeuwen.
Should be close based on the scoreline and and what we watched on those ends. This change of ends should comfort Hemming and Van Leeuwen.
So that's fine, because we got the defence we were just pocket straight, push up or drive it, making money this way. Then the girls can just push in, just using turns or half steers, okay, just to then make them move a little bit. We're going to be on a straight in front of her. Yeah. And then she's just playing all these turns.
If that went 50-50 and also on the back and we could go a bit firmer.
Yeah.
And we turn them either firmer or cross. So they just can't be doing it right side.
Just remember,
Players back on court. Eleven, 9. Play.
Wow.
12-9.
Big shout from Crasto.
Very big one. These are bonus points now, perhaps, to build that lead.
Lovely from Van Leeuwen. That's where just a little change of racket head at the last second. Bit of deception makes so much difference. Comes in straight and just turns it cross. That's all it took. But look at the result. And also, Crasto in the previous point was starting to get loud again. We don't, you know, the English don't want to see that. They need to mute that as quickly as possible.
Fair point.
Interesting choice of return of serve, just sort of chipping the net like he was playing level doubles. Left himself a lot of court to cover. Karen.
Just the 1 point in it. This is going well for England in their hunt.
Return from Crossdale.
Trying to find a lot of court there.
13-11.
Yeah, there was a sort of half effort from Estelle to intercept the shot that Callum ended up playing. It should have been nowhere near it, perhaps. As soon as it went past, then he just to get herself across the court. Well played by the Indians. Challenging in the net.
Quite the rally, this one.
Great quality final product. Made all the difference again.
12-13.
Nowhere to go for Crasto. Wanted to get in there and take that sort of above shoulder height, but just died. Touched the net and died, and she had to just lift it out. This, I think we can forget the first two games.
Yeah.
No, I genuinely, I think we can. I think they've been on this court. Three of them have spent, what, 2 hours now on this court?
Yeah.
Or more.
Yeah, correct.
The conditions they've sorted, those results in 1 and 2 were slightly affected by the conditions, but they've got that out of their system now. This is all just going to come down to who wants it most.
England have drawn level. Briefly.
14-13.
That is England scored 5 of the last 6 points. They've really
14-all.
peg things back here.
Great drive. Defence from Callum. Oh, what a shot from Crasto.
Fantastic. Absolutely brilliant from Tanisha Crasto.
Coach might smile. That was lovely. Callum, I think, trying to perhaps get a bit more out of that shot. A bit more deception, a bit more power. One of the two, or both. Crasto just effortless.
Crasto's really just stepped up, hasn't she, in the last couple of points?
Yeah, quality's sort of coming to the surface. Still taking that below net height, and this time the quality wasn't there. Crasto quick to react. Oh, it's gone along, I think.
Yeah.
Great block by Van Leeuwen.
15-16.
Oh, left her hanging for a bit there.
Come on, Estelle, use that feistiness against your opponents. That's what we like to see. Sounded a bit strange off Callum's strings. He might have broken one here. No, I think it's okay.
Missed
got
it.
away with it. Got away with it.
Yeah, that was a chance, wasn't it, for Crasto?
It was really 50-50. Kind of expected Estelle to show the forehand and then turn it cross. Instead, she just went for it from below tape height again. And I must admit I like it, because a couple of rallies ago she was below tape height and tried to block the net, and it went too high and Krasto killed it. So to do it at the next opportunity confidently takes a lot of guts.
Yeah, all square here.
Great return.
Oh, that is brilliant from Krasto on that serve return.
17-16.
Don't even know how Hemming got that back.
Yeah. That was all her point, wasn't it?
Look at it, left foot slipped as well, and he still gets there. Brilliant shot from the Indian.
Sometimes when we're above tape, Estelle, look to like press a little bit more as well. Sometimes above tape, look a little bit more aggressive as well, yeah?
You could hear that from, I think it was Rob Golding. Haven't seen her above tape that often, to be honest, in the last 5-10 minutes.
18-16.
They go too clear at a crucial time.
This point's massive. It's a confidence thing here. We'll need this point to have some self-belief. The English I'm talking about. Oh, Krasto on the floor again.
Where was she again? My goodness.
19.
Great defence from Krasto.
Three clear. Use your foot. They're not having it. Umpire's not having it.
Thank you.
I thought the English pair would be delighted with
I was just going to... Absolutely.
They need to come together, or at least use it. Speak to the coaches, do something.
3 points on the trot here for India. 3 points clear of their opponents. 2 required.
Service over. 17.
Is there another twist in this tail?
Shot from Estelle.
Tightened up once again. Nadeem Dalby on his feet. They look to be in some trouble. They've brought it back.
Massive. Estelle taking on the Indians on her own there. Not through choice, just the way it panned out, but it was excellent. Oh, miss hit. Yeah.
Oh!
Brilliant shot from Karen Karan.
Having difficulty to get to that.
Well, he was completely out of the game.
Yeah.
And he went for the one shot that could get him back. This is a massive rally.
Oh!
Van Leeuwen with the confidence.
Oh, the coach knows. He knows how crucial that was. And 3 points in a row from England.
The other day against Indonesia, 18-14 up and lost in the third.
They're getting that back, aren't they?
There was a bit there where Hemming tried to win it on his own. They panicked and Hemming tried to win it on his own. He's got to stay calm. He's got to keep getting Estelle in the game. Not because I think she's so much of a better player or anything like that, but that's the tactic that's working.
Yeah. 4.
Hemming's the one that creates that opportunity a lot of the time for Estelle. He's got to keep doing that. Yeah, nice.
Such an important point to get someone onto match point here. It could be England. It will be England.
Well, the coaches called it earlier. When you're in position, when you want to go fast and hit hard, go for it.
19.
And he did. Commitment, there you go. Full commitment from the coaching staff. England within touching distance.
England with a slender match point. Harry Huang had this earlier.
Oh, don't do that. What have you just done?
But an opportunity for Hemming and Van Leeuwen to exercise the ghosts.
Yes, it is.
Of Indonesia.
Brilliant return.
Oh, tumbles over the net. A big smile there from Karen Karan.
I don't mind the serve from Estelle. I think she tried to create something. She's been brave. It's worked. Keep being brave. Oh,
yellow card there for Crasto.
For Crasto? For what?
I couldn't quite hear.
I think we were off camera and I
think delay.
I thought it was perhaps the language. I don't know.
Excellent shot from Crasto, and that sets up match point for India now.
21-20.
Check it ahead from my co-commentator.
We saw it the other day. We saw it with Harry Huang. And Hemming pushed the net and went a bit firm and got caught out again, and that was the mistake the other day. That's just the tiniest little thing. In the grand scheme of the match, it doesn't matter, but...
Get a gimme there. Still all smiles for Team India.
It's a coin toss now.
Yeah. Oh, they were under pressure.
That's
India.
more like it, Hemming. Just stay calm, stay cool. Wait, be patient. Now you can go. Now you can create. Yes, Estelle.
England with their second match point. Look what it means to them.
This sounds mad, and you know, whilst I'm from England and all of that stuff, I just love my badminton. I love the Sudirman Cup. I'm a neutral. I wouldn't mind the Indians winning this point and just the drama continuing.
Drag it out a bit longer.
Yeah, it's great. That's a rally.
Oh, has it gone in? It's in, isn't it?
I thought it went long. It was called in.
Oh, I thought it was in.
I mean, they were going to challenge whether it was close or not, but
you thought it went out.
I actually did.
It was in. Drama.
I take it back. I want England to win this now. I've got you know.
He seemed quite confident, but then again, it was one of those tight ones where he might as well just throw the dice here. Oof.
I don't mind it actually going 30-29, but as long as it's England.
He was running right towards it as well.
They both were.
Yeah.
They could have tripped over the shuttle. I mean,
here we go. Here we go. Oh, it's out.
I thought so.
Oh.
I thought so.
Oh. Wow. Wow, wow, wow.
Look, she's smiling. I'll take that.
Yeah.
It's a moral win. They can take it away. Pause the tapes now.
Stop the count.
What an occasion.
Amazing.
Biggest stage for Estelle and Callum they've ever played on, really.
Oh, it's the second time on the serve. And in this sort of stage of the match, India.
That's amazing.
They've done it again. It's a third match point for Hemming and Van Leeuwen.
We saw that earlier. Wasn't it from him as well?
It was.
Here we go.
And England have got there. They've exercised the ghost of their defeat at the hands of Indonesia when they snatched it, when it was snatched away from them. They're here. They've shown resolve.
Yeah.
What a match though it was. What an ending.
Heart's been racing. They get a bit of payback as well for Harry Huang. He was so close in the men's singles. Just phenomenal. I mean, it's a brilliant result for the English. And well deserved. They deserve something out of this week, you know. They've had a tough draw. They've had tough opponents. They've had close defeats, and they've had a few of them to come through in the mix against a good pair. All right, they don't play together as much as they would with their own partners, but look what it means to the English team.
Well, I'll tell you why it was so important as well, and we're going to look back at the scores very shortly here. Delight all round. What drama at the end again. Karan with the serve beforehand. Smiles for her. Estelle Van Leeuwen, and Given the drama that they had after their defeat against Indonesia, even better for them. So, Callum Hemming and Estelle Van Leeuwen of England defeat India's Satish Kumar, Karunakaran and Tanisha Crasto 11-21, 21-13, 24-22 in 61 minutes.
It's a proper game of mix there. Enjoyed that.
And this is how it stands. The first time these two nations have met at the Sudirman Cup finals. India have won 3-2 after going 3-0 up. I'll tell you why this was important, because England at one stage were facing a whitewash of losing all their matches 5-0, potentially. And they haven't done that. That hasn't happened to them since the very first Sudirman Cup in 1989. They've always managed to get at least 1 point on the board, and they've done it more than that today. They've doubled it at the end. A nice flourish. This is how things stand at the end of the group stage. China and Thailand in Group A are through ahead of Hong Kong, China and Algeria. In Group B, Korea and Chinese Taipei ahead of Canada and Czechia. Japan edged up Malaysia in a dramatic finale. France and Australia go home. We just saw that. And Indonesia and Denmark are through ahead of India and England. And Bobby, you got some quick news for us?
Well, it might come up in the graphics, I'm not sure, but the draw's been completed, and obviously China and Indonesia winning their groups keeps them at the top and bottom of the draw. China, Malaysia, Japan, Chinese Taipei, Denmark, Korea, Thailand, Indonesia. And that will start when?
Tomorrow at 9:30 on Court 1 and 2. Session 2 at 5 o'clock from me and Bobby Griffin. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you tomorrow.